moment to escape. People take your home. And when you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. Will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. People take your home. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. Will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, never been.
Never Welcome to week 2 of the North American Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Lee Fex, and last week we had a lot of sick action go down, fairly expected from what we usually expect from North America. But of course, this is week 2, and it's time to see if things will change up. Why don't we take a look at the schedule real quick of what we're expecting today. A lot of great matches and a lot of things on the line, especially with someone like Ghost Gaming going 0-2. A little bit unexpected, but of course, our match of the day is match number 5, Evil Geniuses versus G2. Now, speaking of last week, we also announced that we have a LAN location. Of course, we're going to New Jersey. It's the Prudential Center on June 21st and 23rd. And this week, you can buy your tickets at tickets.rlesports.gg. Get in there quick because they're going fast. And I heard from a little birdie that Section 8 is where you want to be. Anyways, let's get over to the desk to see who else is joining me in this pre-show. It is Lawler Gibbs and Wavepunk.
What's up, buddy?
He's just ready to talk some Rocket League. How about you, Lawler?
Yeah, I want to talk about that LAN, though. I don't know about you guys, but I cannot wait to go again. My favorite part, thousands of people all sharing a similar experience. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. One, I don't have to take a plane, so I'm really excited.
Drive over.
I'm just driving right now.
Right now.
Yeah,
No, the best part is, though, for real, like the after party ends, you just drive home. You know, it's
That's pretty
fantastic.
nice.
But the fans, the crowd at
Yes.
LAN is a unique experience. If you've never been to a LAN, you've got to go. It's the closest thing I've experienced in an esports event to being at like an actual sporting event.
The coolest thing was at Landon when that 0-second goal happened for Energy. That was the coolest sporting moment I've ever witnessed.
Yep.
And that's for normal sports too. It was absolutely insane just to feel that energy. We all know my picture, that meme where I have 3 different faces where I'm going crazy, but everyone was going crazy.
There's just something to be said about a group of people in the same place wanting to see the same thing. Just some epic, super great Rocket League. And if you're questioning going to LAN,
Don't.
stop questioning
Just
it
go.
right now. It is 100% better than watching from home. So get
And
there.
you get to meet everyone too.
Yeah.
You meet the players, meet just new friends, and meet us. Because we're going to be walking around all the time, before the show at least, trying to say hi to as many people as we can.
Anyways, let's get this pre-show underway. Let's start last week with a match that you had to see. And of course, it was Space Station Gaming versus G2.
I mean, summarize it real quick. Reverse sweep, G2. I mean, it was juicy.
Nothing has changed. Okay, G2 makes the biggest roster move in North America, and it's just the normal things. Like Athena, the longtime fanatical G2 fan, is just like, I can't take any more reverse sweeps on Twitter. J-Naps is like,
more claps than
yeah, J-Naps is like, here's just normal G2 style win. Like this is the same.
It's game 5, and Rizzo was going to step in game 5, but this time it was Chicago. He had like 5 amazing passes alone in game 5 to really set them up to win. But Space Station could have swept that series, and it could have been a whole new storyline. But it was like one mistake in game 3, and that game went from 1-1 to 2-1. So it could have been a whole different story.
Okay, so why didn't they sweep it?
That was what I was
That
going
was
to ask. That is
the big
question.
reason. Like, they were that close,
Yeah.
and then they just lost 3 in a row. Why couldn't they just get one
I
more?
don't think it was a situation of SSG falling off. I think this was G2 finally getting warmed up. You watched that game number 1, and G2 was outclassed in every situation. They just were not playing up to speed.
So I fully agree with that. Like games 1 and 2, Space Station, all the pressure in the world. Then G2 probably got a little bit more, probably 60-40, but it was just those small mistakes that you expect from the newer teams compared to G2 that kind of just made Space Station fall just a bit short. But it is a good sign for them going forward.
I mean, you did see some players as well kind of speaking to the roster change. I know Squishy had a big thing on his stream about it, about giving up the ability to have this chemistry that you've built for so long for the difference of bringing in this new star-studded player. But at the same time, the big thing he said was, I mean, they probably would have won that game anyway if they still had Kronovi. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the question that we have is Chicago, is he the right pick? I think he played quite well. It's just, it is a slow start.
I mean, Kronovi was leading his team in a lot on the goal scoring side of things before he left, and Chicago put up 1.2 goals per game, had 100% participation in game 5. I think he's fitting right into those shoes.
Plus, he was on my fantasies team, so
Hey.
it was even better for that. But he looks really good, and it's not about the first week of RLCS. It's about the World Championship. It's about when they get there. Like, it doesn't matter if G2 goes 6-1 again. That's not a failure, because as long as they make the World Championship and actually win one single game, which they didn't do at all in 2018, then it's already a better pickup.
I mean, that's a testament to G2, right? The fact that they do start slow, they still get a win, and that's why they're considered one of the big 3, is for those reasons that you still find ways to get wins, even if you are coming in at a negative point.
Okay, I'm not done on Space Station Gaming because you guys said, well, they have a potential to win, but then almost it sounds like, no, they actually don't have a chance to win. It was just G2 wasn't playing that well. So I'm kind of confused now. Do we think that Space Station Gaming has a chance to take on these top 3, or is it just no go for them?
Go for it, Wade. It seems like you're sighing
It was
about
like
it.
game 3, there was a chance. It was like they had to knock it out in game 3. They had to get the sweep because G2 was slowly ramping up, and as the series went on, it became more and more a G2 series. And you just don't take G2 to game 5. You don't do it because they will always beat you.
But it was 2 one-goal games in games 3 and game 4. Then it was a 2-goal game in game 5. Like Space Station, they can compete, and that showed last week. It could also be a thing about G2 of like maybe they're not as strong as we thought compared to their previous LAN finishes. It might just be more competitive of a season for everyone.
I mean, same story too. If Space Station puts goals away, it's a different story. I mean, they're talking 51 shots to 44, so it is relatively close, but you're seeing a difference in how many times they bring that offense down the field, and then they still continue to miss. It's hitting crossbars, it's bouncing off, and I know up here, you and I are just sitting here like, please, just put it away. Like, it's so close, because if that's the case, it's different, especially in those
So that's
games.
my main complaint with G2 is just you cannot give up 10 shots per game and expect to win a lot of these series. So they got to figure out defense extremely quickly.
Yeah, that was them losing that midfield game early on. If they can figure out the midfield, keep it out of their own back half, they're going to be just fine.
And plus that really long overtime too didn't hurt for all those shots.
Well, again, all this talk about G2 brings us, of course, to the other in that big 3. And you know, a lot of the predictions went the way we thought they would, but they were a little bit closer than we may have thought they would. Again, Cloud9 especially going to 3 overtimes with Splyce. It was a 3 on paper, but it wasn't that convincing watching them. And then, I mean, NRG still looks strong, but not the most convincing. What we'd expect out of NRG. Are they still the big 3, or is that gap closing now?
I mean, we got the chance to sit with Turtle, which is always great. You get to see a little bit of his mentality. He talks about how week 1 always does have some jitters.
Yeah.
It's the first time you're coming in, and the difference on the side of we have nothing that we have to prove from the new guys that come in through the relegation tournaments compared to the guys that are the big 3 that we have these huge expectations where you have to win every single match. Otherwise, you're pretty much a failure to us in the eyes of us. So for them, I think that's part of it. It's going to be a little bit of a slow ramp up, and then as they progress, it gets better.
So the reason why they're the big 3 is because they're so clutch, I feel like. Sure, there's close games, but like even Dignitas at E-League when they played Evil Geniuses, where it went to Game 7, but Dignitas found a way to win. That's why these guys are so good. They find ways to win in the most crucial situations. Cloud9, 3 overtimes. That's huge for them to win 3 up.
I thought I was kind of hoping one of you guys were going to be like, nah, the big 3 like there's a change in roster, but no, this is normal. Like they're not called the big 3 because they play perfectly all the time. They play the big 3 because they find ways
always
to
come out
win.
on top.
They find ways to win even on the bad weeks. 3-0 win from Cloud9 on a sluggish weekend. They had 3 overtimes, but there was still less overtime. Like they didn't even make it to 2 minutes in any of those games. Like they're all fast overtime. So like I'm not worried about that.
I mean, what do you guys think then? Because to me, Energy did look the best. Is that still convincing to you guys, or is it still a little bit slow? Because I didn't see the energy we come to expect, but it still was the better
out of the
result
big 3.
Yeah. They look the best, I would say, but my one worry about Energy is they always play close games almost on purpose, where they'll play very defensive, don't worry about the offensive chances. Then those 1-goal games, they usually lose at least 1 game per series. Like last league play, they finished exactly even, 17-17. So they need to find ways to get these sweeps, though, because right now, Cloud9 now has that game differential. And plus with the big 3, like if they all split and go 1-1-1, Energy might be that odd team out because they're not getting those sweeps.
Yeah, and it's a question we don't really have to answer until week 5 when they all play each other.
Week 4 they do play too.
We have some in week 4, but like Cloud9 has 3 weeks to figure their stuff out before they play in NRG and G2 in week 5. So as long as they can keep finding ways to win, they've got a long ways to go before they have to really put it up.
A friend of mine mentioned this too. He's like, these top teams though, like of course, they come out clutch, but at the end of the day, they need to start on time. Like they can't be doing this all the time. Because if this happens and they start late against a team in Europe that's just super solid, they're not going to come out with a win. And like they need to change this.
If we've learned anything about the big 3, it's that like they're the big 3 online in North America. You take them any other context, and I'm like, I don't know anymore. Like, you take these teams to LAN, and it's like it's a whole different ballgame.
And let's not forget, like DreamHack Leipzig, we saw teams like TSM go out on day 1. It's not a big 3 problem. It's everyone's problem that it's so competitive right now that if you don't start out hot, you have a chance to lose these series. So it's not just a big 3 problem. It's just everyone's so competitive. You have to be ready at the start of game number 1.
I just think that credit has to go to the fact that these other teams are really stepping up. The new ones that are coming into the season, I love that we're seeing competitive gameplay even with the big three.
It might be
great.
It might be a kick into the pants. The big three. They'll realize they don't have as much time as they think they do to come in clutch. Anyways, we're moving on though. A match that kind of caught our eye. We're going to do a little bit of a recap of Rogue versus Splyce. Yeah, that was a decent match there.
You mean Ghost versus
Ghost
Splyce?
versus-
Sorry, Ghost. Sorry, my bad. I can't type. Ghost versus Splyce. Splyce looking pretty good, but there's still some question marks.
I wouldn't call those question marks. I call them glaring mistakes.
Okay.
There was a lot of times when they would be doing something and then would just not do that thing anymore. They would just leave the ball to the other team and just go the other way. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Just hit
that's
it.
the hardest part is you're trying to read these plays, and at the pro level, it's a lot easier to read all these plays. But when your teammate completely misses the ball, there's no way to read that at that point. So Splyce has to figure out
Which
those
is weird, 'cause
problems.
sometimes it works in their favor.
Once in a while, usually it didn't.
Not something you
throughout
want to
the
rely on
series.
by any means.
For
but
sure, like unless you plan the fake, but they did get a huge win versus Ghost.
Yeah.
Sure, it went to Game 5, but that could be the difference from a top 6 versus going to the promo relegation.
I'm worried about Ghost, man. This was their weakness last season. They had 6 series that went to Game 5, and they
Nuts.
closed
That's
out
stressful.
one of them. And they start off this season going to Game 5 and losing again. You know, they have
no,
to
they
figure
didn't
out how to
start
close
to go to Game
series.
5. They go 0-2. Like that's massive.
Yeah. It's going to be tough, but we saw from Rizzo, he's like, watch out for Ghost. We've heard this before from pros with like CLG.
yeah.
That didn't really work out, but it could also be a thing with G2 maybe. Who knows? Like, here's my theory. Maybe G2's not playing that well in scrim, so Ghost is keeping it competitive. It could be that. Could be.
How do you guys feel about Aleutian? Okay, like he struggled. Well, it was like 1 goal, 2 assists in 9 games, and he's the new
I got
starter.
numbers for you, Wade.
Like,
all right?
is this Seabass time yet? Like,
Yeah, but that's week 1. You can't really judge him off.
I don't know, man. Can
Why
we?
not?
It was
Why
2
can't we?
series. That's already 30% of his league
1 out
play.
of 5.
Yeah.
All right, here's some numbers. 0.11 goals per game. That's dead last in the league. 0.22 assists per game. That is 22nd in the league out of 24. 1 save per game. That's 23rd. The worst part about all of this, like those are all the crucial numbers where you have to be like a part of the play. He's also used the most boost in the entire league right now. So he's using the most boost and trying to get in position, but he's not doing anything with it. So he needs to figure something out.
The
He just
shining,
wants to go vroom.
the shining light for me, though, was the memory to Lethamyr connection. The passing that those two guys were able to put up with each other is definitely something you could build a playoff run off of, especially if they have that time in the midfield, because those were softball passes.
But the problem was there was only like 2 of those, and then the rest of their goals are just solo plays by Lethamyr, and you can't have that happen.
Just to bring it back to Splyce real quick then, what are you guys' thoughts about them being land potentials? Like, did you guys think that Splyce, from what we've seen so far, has that potential to make it to land?
I mean, they took 3 overtimes with Cloud9, and that series could have went different, like if they just hit the ball. So if they figure out how to hit the ball, who knows? Like, they have a chance. I feel like they're like in that 5-6 range now because that huge win versus Ghost, and then anything can happen on that last playoff day.
I like seeing the creative plays from Splyce.
Oh,
Splyce is
absolutely.
really
Yeah.
starting to bring some things together that I think are great. It's just when you have those kind of mistakes, it just throws it all to the wind, and they can't have that. If they remove some of those subtle mistakes, we've got a better Splyce-looking team, and I'm scared for their offense because their decision-making has been good.
Yeah.
Well, I actually got a chance to sit down with their team captain, Karma, so why don't we take a listen? And welcome on the line, one of the fan favorites in the RLCS. It's Karma. How are you?
Hi, Leaf. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I just want to pick your brains about, just dive into your mind a bit and then maybe a bit about the team. Now, just for you, you've been fighting for this for so long to get into the RLCS. Now you guys are finally here. I just want to get in your head, what this is meaning for you and how excited you are for this.
Yeah, it's been a long road here for both me and my teammates. I think we're all just really proud of, how we got here. We've been a team for over a year now. I think like a year and a half. Maybe one of the longest teams together in Rocket League. And it's kind of surreal for me personally. Like I know that I'm in RLCS and I'm playing in it. And when I'm playing, it's a completely different ballgame. Like I'm in my competitive mode. But then once the games are over and I go back onto the stream and I step back and I realize like, okay, you're actually playing in RLCS now. It's still surreal, even though when I'm playing, it doesn't affect me at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, I'm going to assume, based off that you're in the camp that believes maybe sticking with the roster is actually super beneficial rather than just switching it up every season?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there's pros and cons to both sides. I think I have arguments with other players about this a lot just because it's like a talking point for us. But I personally think that sticking together and working through the struggles and believing in your teammates and building up synergy is typically good in the long run. I think there's a stagnation point, though, where you probably have to evaluate things so it's not like cut and dry. But yeah, I would say that sticking together, I would not rather have any other teammates than the two that I have now.
Well, on that synergy note, I noticed, last week during your games that you guys had a lot of passing plays. You're always looking out for each other. Did that just come with time with playing, or is that the result of, having that support of a coach like Jimmer behind you guys?
I think it's a combination of both. Coach Jimmer always is helping us in replays and pointing out things that we need to work on individually as well as a team. And our team is super good at all getting together and watching replays almost every day. Not exactly every single day, but we're really all committed to improving as a team. And I think that, again, that's one of the reasons we've been a team so long, kind of going back to the question you asked before, which is like you all have to be dedicated and all put in the same amount of work and all want the same things. And if you're all doing that, then, like I said, being a team with my two teammates and my coach is really easy. And Jimmer does a really great job.
Hey, well, unfortunately, we're out of time. I'd love to pick your brains more, but all I got to say is good luck, and I know a lot of people are wishing you well in your matches this weekend.
Thank you, Lee. Thanks for all the support, everyone.
And indeed they are. I've seen so many Splyce fans out there who've just been rooting behind them, through rival series, now into RLCS. So I know they got a lot of weight on their shoulders to prove.
And that includes us, because we all know Karma extremely well, because she's worked with us before. But DreamHack Leipzig 2018 was one of the coolest moments. We went out to dinner with all the casters, and she joined us. And she's like, as long as I make the rival series, I guarantee you I will be in the RLCS by the end of the year. And it took 2 tries, but hard working. They found a way through the play-ins twice, not just once, but twice, and then they finally made it to the RLCS. So Karma has been waiting for this moment, and it showed up big in week number 1.
I mean, it shows even before that. She was on the casting booth with us for DreamHack Sweden in 2017 in the summer, and she talked about, she's like, yeah, casting's cool, but I want to play. I want to compete. I know I'm good enough. And the fact that it's been this long and she's finally made it and now has the stage and the platform is fantastic.
They're here now, and I mean, and you're talking about the fans. Like, if you want an underdog to root for, this is the team. Like, not a lot of expectations, but definitely a lot of potential.
Now, I mentioned it earlier, but we do have a match of the week, and we want to touch on that and give you guys our thoughts on why this is our match of the week. Of course, it's G2 versus EG. This is going to be a doozy at the end of the day there.
Yeah, massive week for EG, obviously a doubleheader for them.
Yeah.
Wins here are pretty much crucial. If they don't win this week in any way, they're not going to land.
And you mentioned this, it's a doubleheader. Their other doubleheader immediately follows, and it's Cloud9 and NRG. So, this is the week. If you want to, give yourself some breathing room to make it through that week and have any chance of making it to land, you've got to win.
But for Chicago, it's all about, did you make the right move or not at this point? He was like, see you guys, I'm going to G2. And I feel like that locked up that top 3 again. But, if any team's going to beat them, it was probably Space Station or Evil Geniuses. So G2, if they come away with these wins here in this week, then, all right, the top 3's locked up at this point. So this is a big week for EG for that purpose.
Do you think that gives G2 a advantage? Now the fact that he's played with both these players, obviously Drippe is a different factor, but overall, he's going to know the tendencies better than anybody else.
I think the only thing will be hey guys, watch out for those demos, because that happens a lot. But besides that, I think they already know that they have coaching and all that to figure out that game tape. I don't think it's that valuable for Rocket League yet for a player to leave a team and then tell all the secrets. I don't think that's a huge issue yet.
I'm still a bit of a question mark on Drippe, though. I mean, he's again moving over from OC into North America. Last week, it looked like it's still in a bit of an adjustment period here, and I'm wondering if you guys are thinking the same thing.
Yeah, a lot of it for me wasn't more so Drippe. I think they just kind of let him do his thing and supported it. For me, it was more so Corrupted G. I feel like he still feels like the odd one out sometimes. There was numerous times when he was in goal that he just sat there. He wasn't a part of the play in any way, and it became overwhelming. Eventually, they did clear it out, and they were able to get goals, and Drippe's hit these weird flip resets that still surprise us every time. So I think that stuff's great, but I'm not solidified with that roster yet. I just can't feel it.
I don't know. I can't put it on any one player.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the team is playing good individually. They need to play well as a unit. We saw them having to put up crazy amounts of saves to make it through the series that they played last week, and you can't be making that many saves and be expecting to win games.
So my worry is that EG versus Rogue last week, the only way I can put it, it was a clown fiesta. That series was not great. There was a lot of offense. There was no defense. But the good part was that EG, they gave up 12 goals in games 1 through 3, 0 goals in games 4 and 5. So that's a big deal that they adapted and figured it out. But with Drip A, there was 2 defensive blunders. One where it was just an easy ball off the ceiling, he side flips out of the way. One where he just rotates completely, like it looked like he was driving to Australia. Okay, it really did.
It's just going home.
So I'm out, guys. So I'm wondering, you mentioned their physical play. Do you think that's what they're going to need to topple one of these big 3?
That always helps, I feel like. Like, if you put pressure on Rizzo on defense and you start getting him demoed, then I think that's a big deal for EG, and that's a way to sneak into that top 3.
Yeah, definitely a key to victory there, disrupting the play of their opponents there, and then just tightening up those mistakes, like Drip A on defense, maybe Corrupted G as well. So maybe we'll see if they can get a win here.
Well, speaking of that physical play, we actually have James standing by that's going to break down EG's physical play from last week. Take it, James.
Thank you, Leafex. And right now, we're going to be covering EG and their aggressive physical gameplay. The game we're looking at, Game 4 against Rogue. And this was a key game for EG because they had to win this to force Game 5. Now, let's take a look at the play. As we play it through, it's going to be a pretty standard infield pass, and then the physical play comes later. You'll see Drip A coming in on the sidewall, getting that pass down to Corrupted G, and then this is where the magic happens. You see Corrupted G like a wrecking ball taking out players. Now, let's take a look a little bit closer. Now, we'll pause it right here. And you see, this was an excellent passing play from Drip A over to Corrupted G, but keep your eyes on AJ and keep your eyes on Kronovi as this play develops. Now, we'll finish it through here. And now slow it down. You see Corrupted G as he lands, bumps AJ out of the way and hits Kronovi here, allowing Classics to come in and finish it. And that was just an excellent jump. And now taking a look from Kronovi's perspective, you can see why this was such a difficult play. Now slow it down right here. And then you see the side flip, and now you see because he missed that side flip, he was in a position where Corrupted G could get that bump, and then Classics gets that easy goal and gets that insurance goal going ahead 2-0. And now later in the play, or later in the game rather, Drip A coming out with a big demo and a big physical play of his own. And now you'll see from AJ's perspective why this was such a tough call for him. Now pause it right here. And now this is the key decision-making moment for AJ. You see Kronovi way in the back, Wonder way in the back, and then you can't see it here, but he's actually incredibly low on boost. That one pad was all he has on boost. So now he can either try to choose to challenge this ball and challenge Classics, who's right here, but if he does that and he loses the 50-50, you see Corrupted G or Drip A who on the side would be able to easily get that. So AJ wants to just get back and buy time, but as the play goes through, you'll see that he doesn't even get the option. Drip A just takes him out and leaves the net wide open. And now from Classics' angle, you can see how free this goal is. Drip A clears it out. Excellent communication from EG. The team play is there, the communication is there, and that physical gameplay, getting them the goals, and a big win in Game 4. And you know, they went on to win Game 5 and win the series. So EG using that to their advantage. Will we see it again this week? We'll have to watch and find out. Leaf, back to you.
I'm betting we will. Thanks, James. Great breakdown there. Now, obviously, we have our first match that's almost ready for us, but before that, it's the most important part of the day. We're going to talk about our predictions, of course.
Debatable.
And on this match, I mean, may as well start with this one. We were pretty much, again, with North America, all on the same page.
Except for one of us.
See that? So it's a gutsy pick, Wave. I'm gonna just call you out here a little bit. Where like we all talk about the big 3, they always dominate the lower teams, and it's not that you picked G2 to lose. It's that you picked G2 to lose to Rogue.
Here's
a
the
team
thing,
that's
man.
probably in the bottom of the standings.
I don't remember the last time I picked against the big 3. I have always on the side like, as long as they're winning, they're up there. I'm with them. But this is a huge week for Chicago. He's not just playing against the team he left. He's playing against the person he replaced as well. And they've got the big doubleheader coming up next week. crazy pressure on that boy. And Kronovi here has so much emphasis, like so much motivation to win this match and prove you kicked me off my team. G2 was my team, you know? Like, and think about it. If he beats Rogue right now, if Rogue beats G2 right now, they just emotionally destroy that team for the rest of the season, right? I think he can do it, but they can't go to game 5. It's got to be games 3 or 4.
Like, he probably put in
over.
at least 10 more hours this week, I would say, for Crow. He's probably like, you know what? I'm not feeling Rocket League. It doesn't matter. I'm going to put in those extra hours because I really want to beat this team.
I mean, it's a big deal, right? The grudge match that's coming out, like, he was kicked from the team. It was not a good transition. He had to find out the hard way from his girlfriend.
And plus,
like, that's a big deal.
He made the team, too. Like, he chose J-Naps and Rizzo.
This was his team.
Then just kicked.
I think he has the advantage in this grudge match. And
I don't know.
No, wait. He doesn't have the advantage because Rogue hasn't shown any results. So their team is much worse than G2.
I think he can do it. He can do it.
Like, it's possible for sure. Anything's possible. But I wouldn't say he has the advantage. G2 is definitely the better team on paper. We'll see if it plays out.
Well, they're the better team today.
I don't know. To me, that's a bit of a disadvantage. I mean, you're going in knowing that this conflict is there, and instead of being able to focus on your game now with your team on Rogue, and a team that, again, doesn't have that much experience on the RLCS, you're focusing on, okay, these are my old teammates, and I'm maybe a little bit angry at this.
I mean, there's got to be some animosity. For me, like, for Kronovi, I saw him step up huge last week. He was a huge proponent of them even becoming close in that series. But that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the other 2 players on that team that have not stepped up, in my opinion.
I cannot even look at last week and use it as any sort of indicator of how this match is going to go. There was a game where, like, Rogue won by 3 goals. There was a game where they lost by 3 goals. There was a 9-goal shootout. Like, I don't know what happened to that goal.
So it's not even talking about with Crow. When he's on G2, he was in that center seat, too. He was leading the charge at the World Championships. He's a world champion. Here we see when he was with iBuy Cosmic. I heard they were a pretty good team back in the day.
I think after you got replaced, they went.
That's true. That's when they actually were good. That's true. That makes sense.
Kronovi is legendary in this scene. I mean, he raises the experience on Rogue's roster, but like twofold just by himself, right? I think he's a huge asset for Rogue. Is it enough to beat G2? I've got my faith in him. We'll see if it happens.
Here's my question.
Okay.
No one going with Space Station Gaming over EG?
Yeah. Well,
I'm surprised with that.
I think it's a similar.
Cheese did.
Nah.
True, but on the desk, at least here,
Just
guys
you?
all like
Yeah,
EG.
and you're the only one. No, you have to defend your pick.
Okay. Oh, okay. So Space Station, again, very close to a 3-0 versus G2. They look strong, and once again, I'll say it, 95% of the field, they play amazing. It's that last 5%. They just got to put the ball in the back of the net, and I think EG's defense was extremely shaky, and there are definitely holes there where Space Station can score some.
I do agree that EG's biggest flaw is they have a hard time clearing the ball out of their half. That's pretty notorious for them. But at the same time, when you're missing that many shots, it makes it that much easier for them to do that. It's just bounce aside and they'll be like, all right, we'll just tap it this way. It'll be fine.
But that's a huge game, too, because we talk about trying to leap into that big 3. Well, Space Station lost that chance against G2, but they can at least get into the top 4 by beating a team like Evil Geniuses. And again, like everyone's kind of counting out Space Station a bit compared to EG because they have that factor, that experience.
And it's the no results yet, you know.
Yeah, of course.
One match went to game 5, you know, and they don't have Kronovi. So, like, it's hard for me to say, yes.
I know Fireworks, he is well aware of the position they're in right now, plus next week, that doubleheader we were talking about with Cloud9 and Energy. I know that they have prepped so hard for this week. There's no way they haven't.
I don't know. Okay, Gibbs kind of made a convincing point. You know, if we saw last week SSG.
Don't swear.
Don't
stay on our side.
No, I'm staying on the side, but like AXB and them, they had a lot of pressure, and the thing is though, they pushed up a lot. So if EG can just get those clears out, they're probably gonna have a lot of free goals.
But I think Space Station looked good enough where I feel like EG that first week, that first series, again, it was a clown fiesta. It didn't look good for anyone. So I'm a little worried that maybe EG didn't play up to par, and if they continue that, Space Station could just smack them around.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be crazy. I think NRG is going to have their hands full with Splyce. I do think they're going to get the victory. We all predicted NRG to win that one. But any keys to victory for Splyce? Anything we think that they could do if they want to knock out the big 3 here?
Don't mess up.
Don't mess up.
Ever.
It's more about that pressure game, I feel like, where they have to find a way to clear the ball, a lot of defensive passes, because energy will suffocate you on the defensive side. So that's the main thing, and then just keep up that offense that they worked on last week. It was working really well.
Okay, well, now let's get back to it, because we did skirt off a bit onto those other ones. But into our first match of the day, it's almost ready, G2 versus Rogue. This is, again, week 2 is where teams need to actually show, okay, we're solid, we've got our wheels on the ground now. The question is, do these guys have their wheels on the ground?
I mean, we've heard players like Ronicky said in his interview, this is the match that we wanted to beat. It was the bricks. I think it's the same situation for Kronovi.
I think they got to avoid Game 5. Rogue has to, if they take G2 to Game 5, it's all over. Crow knows that. He knows the history of this team. They got to do it in 4.
So anytime you play against the Big Three, there is potential to gain a game versus everyone else because the Big Three normally beats everyone. So if you take down G2, you gain that game back that you lost to EG in Week 1. And we could see that really help Rogue try to push for a playoff spot because right now it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, no, this, again, could go either way, but of course we all have our favorite into G2. But let us know what your favorite is. Hit us up on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS7 to get in on the action. But now it is time. Welcome to Week 2 of the North American Rocket League Championship Series.
Welcome to the RLCS Season 7, Week 2. I'm Jorby. With me is Achieves. And Achieves, if you asked around the community leading up to today, what match are you most excited for? A lot of them would say G2 versus Rogue, and you can really understand why with the matchup we have with Kronovi against this former team.
Yes, it is the classic grudge match. They touched about it a little on the desk. Keys to victory, though, of course, for Rogue. You have to look at what Chicago was able to do last week. He was involved in 11 out of the 12 goals that they scored last week. Not last season. I hope they scored more than 12 goals last season. But absolutely got to find a way to get the ball away from Chicago in the midfield. And, of course, G2 is going to have to be able to not start slow because it did take them a little bit last week to get ramped up versus Space Station Gaming. They can't afford to do that here against Rogue because if it happens, again, you can't always trust you're going to be able to reverse sweep everything, and you'd rather like them to start off quickly.
Yeah, and for Rogue, again, they looked, you and I were talking about it right before we went live, their initial impression, it was better than I think a lot of us expected. While it wasn't exactly what Rogue fans might have wanted for Kronovi and his new team, it's a step forward for this team, and I think a big thing for them is being able to manage the transition game because they put themselves in a lot of positions where they were forced to dive for a lot of the saves and really putting that third man in a difficult position to have to make a tough touch back, and you lose the boost battle that way.
Yep.
You make bad touches that way. So if they can clean that up, they might have a real shot here against G2.
It was I will say a pleasant surprise to see Rogue come out here and look as solid as they had, considering the offseason they did. And I can understand why that could leave Wavepunk to pick Rogue over G2. There is definitely a chance because they all played fairly well. The offense was well spread out. I believe AJ was involved in 7 out of 12, Wonder and Crow involved in 8 out of 6, respectively. So they have a fairly well spread offense. And during the offseason, it was not that pretty and making sure everybody was on the same page and not getting in each other's way. So to see it all come together right at the start of the season was great, and we'll see what happens now with G2 and Rogue in Game 1.
Game 1 gonna get underway, and we are off to the races. Starts off the kickoff with Rizzo. Kronovi able to take it over. And Wonder on the next challenge, and Jnaps over looking for Rizzo. Rizzo got there off the backboard, but defended by AJ. And now going the other way, looking for a quick transition. Wonder has to wait for that ball. A little too high for him to chase down. It starts off early, back and forth, about one shot apiece. And AJ wants to get things going off the point. Pass over to Rizzo, back off the back wall. Jnaps look at tap over to Chicago. He finds him, so the challenge is right now really favoring G2. Another pass out. Well, Rizzo gonna take this himself. Off the bounce, awkward position right now for Rogue. AJ finally gets the clear.
And this is really the first opportunity for Rogue to get unstuck from their own half, and we'll see how long they keep it over on the G2 side of things. Not for very long, it would seem. It's a nice bump from Chicago in the midfield. Free ball for Rizzo, back post shot, and a nice save from Wonder.
And it's still up high. It is still G2's possession. Another save from Kronovi. He's got to be able to get back to this. He can't. Jnaps picks it up now, pass deep to Rizzo. Rizzo can't do it. Back to the other side, but forcing Rogue's defense to play this lateral game in the blue half. And Kronovi barely gets back to it in time as Rizzo ended up smacking it right back to him. Still, the assault continues. Wonder only clear it straight back up. Jnaps off the ceiling. Does he have another touchdown? Kronovi again, clearing it back out.
Physicality from G2 really opening a lot of doors. Surprising to not see them be able to find that ball somewhere into the back of the net. So credit to Rogue for keeping everything clear, but still chance after chance for G2. And Rizzo has had a couple of good looks at the net, but just hasn't been able to really square up and get it into a great spot.
Oh, and that pass, tried to get it over to JNaps. Kronovi picked it off. AJ shot wide, but saved anyway by JNaps. And a win against Kronovi as JNaps exits the arena off the demolition. G2 have just, well, they've won every touch and really getting the majority of the challenge, if not all of it, just beating Rogue to the ball every single time, and so much space for Rizzo to start to move down the field. He ended up giving it up to Wonder, almost got the goal, but JNaps reaches for the save.
And JNaps led G2 in saves last week. I believe he averaged 2 a game. So he definitely got to showcase that defense that he is so proud of. As not many people really think of JNaps as a defensive-minded guy, but he's pretty quality in that area of things, as right now G2 on the defense and a free ball for AJ. Can he get some help?
AJ off, can't find that next goal, but flowing in, Wonder, Kronovi to follow up, and Rogue scores first against G2.
And Rogue hang tight for about 2 minutes, I would say, and then they get down to the other half. JNaps and Chicago run into each other, or at least make sure they don't. And unfortunately, JNaps can't recover, diving back from the other side of the net that he just crossed. And Rogue on the board first, despite what you might have thought coming in.
I was going to say, surprising maybe to say, after the way the first half of Game 1 went, especially with all of those passes we saw in the blue half, really stretching Rogue's defense. But you have to be able to put the ball in the back of the net. A good challenge from JNaps. Rizzo up for this off the back wall, or board, and defended by Wonder. Good read by Chicago, back to JNaps, just off the back wall. Rizzo slips it under, and it's saved by Wonder.
And that's 3 or 4 chances now for Rizzo from the start of the game, where he's just had a great chance to put it into the back, and he just can't find the one spot. It's okay, we get him to Game 5, he'll get there, I'm sure.
That's the key for G2. Off the back wall, very high, and Rogue are, every time on this defensive end, just trying to boom this ball away.
Wow.
It's worked the last couple of times. AJ picks this up, able to clear it back to the orange half.
And he really only got that for free because Chicago was thinking about going for a challenge and then gave up on it, as he will again expect Rizzo to be right there, and he just has to make a nice touch. And G2 making sure they don't run into each other, but the past 2 times it's cost them possession, and as well, time continues to tick, time becoming more and more of a factor, but Wonder alone in the midfield, can they beat him?
This has really changed since the first half of the game. That goal for Rogue reset, G2 threatening off the backboard and defended, knocked away by Kronovi. And again, it's just that midfield presence that Rogue was able to gain off of the reset on the kickoff after they did score their first goal. Well, G2 just, they haven't had that same presence that we saw earlier in the game, and they're still hunting for this first goal. And again, a good clear by AJ out off the back wall. Trying to find Chicago, no good. Kronovi found a piece of it, and now it's cleared away by Rizzo, picked up. Chicago can't win the challenge. AJ able to win off the corner. We're gonna let it go for Rizzo. AJ collected the boost and gets out.
And a brilliant challenge as well from AJ again. One of the keys to victory, you gotta stop Chicago from getting the ball going the other way, as he was perhaps the biggest reason for them, as Rizzo misses an easy save. Wonder doesn't get enough on it, and JNaps diving from the middle of the box, able to clear it and keep G2 in this with about 10 seconds left, but it doesn't feel like the resources are benefiting them, and they're just stuck, but Wonder misses the clear. AJ can't find it, and Rizzo with a pass upfield.
Looking for only a Rogue member. It's gonna be Wonder, clears it out off the post, and Rogue take game number 1.
And really, the story of this one was Rogue just had to hang on for the first 2 minutes, and then after that, they came at him with a fury out of the midfield, and the ball just stopped going back onto the blue half. And of course, Rizzo, you only see 2 shots, but I don't think that's true. There was at least 3 or 4 that he really could have banged into the net. Obviously, I know the first one in that game, he didn't have any boost, but let's go ahead and take a look at some of those goal line touches.
Yeah, and the first shot out here, Rizzo can't get back to the ball, and Wonder was already going up to challenge the play, so he's already up at the awkward angle, not expecting to even really have a real chance at the ball, and so that's why he wasn't able to put it farther into the net, and heads up by G2 just being able to rotate out quickly and get back to it. Not that it really mattered, and I mean, heading into game number 2, if G2 can get back to that first half form, then I think they put themselves in a solid position, because they forced Rogue to feel like they had to boom the ball every single time they touched it, and every time they would give up possession back to G2 because the press was that far forward.
There was a ton of, what's the word? Physical presence. There we go. That's what I want from G2 versus Rogue in that first half. It really was bang the ball off the backboard, go and smash somebody out of the way, and then somebody's going to be open at the top of the box or the side of the field to put one on target. And it was definitely working for G2. The problem was just it didn't put the ball in the back of the net, so, it seems playing Space Station Gaming last week might have rubbed off on them a little bit. But I think here in game number 2, we see them get it back together. I think they come out swinging as well. The first minute going to be very telling here for G2.
And we will find out how they bounce back, and as we all know, and as Gibbs always astutely points out, look, it's not a true game, a true series with G2 unless they have to sweat.
Unless your heart stops for a few times.
Yeah, it's not fun any other way. A quick pass over to JNAPS, back to Chicago, and just straight across. Kronovi able to clear that out, but G2 retaining possession. Chicago going for the deep pass to JNAPS, just a little too much juice on it.
Yeah, JNAPS was expecting that ball to come down a little bit instead of go straight up, right across the ceiling. A nice bump from Wonder in front of the net and a nice save from G2, but already able to stop that early pressure are Rogue, and now they're threatening. JNAP's going to be the first one to it, though, and a welcome clear all the way to the blue half, and not the best clear, but free ball for AJ.
Yeah, wanted to play the angle. AJ off the ceiling, looking for Wonder. Tip down to Kronovi. Kronovi shot shoots above the crossbar. Wonder tries to slip it down, but a good challenge by JNAPS sends the ball away. So still, G2 on the transition off the crossbar is JNAPS getting G2 on the board.
And who else but Chicago to open the door out of the midfield? Had to beat AJ to this ball and just got it over him with a little bit of help from AJ. And JNAPS, of course, he's always going to be there to find the ball towards the back of the net. And he put it in the right spot, and G2 on the board in game 2 first.
And JNAPS has been a player that you used to call him the knapsack, maybe you still do, but a lot of people feel that maybe he started to wane in recent times. But as G2 figures out their place, their identity with Chicago on this team, really starting to find that flow as a complete unit. JNAPS in the corner, fighting against AJ for the ball. He picked up the boost. High value here for Rizzo. Rizzo looking for Chicago, but just a little too far off the ball. Didn't want to overcommit.
Yep.
And able to keep back towards midfield.
And that played well in that scenario because it would have been a huge risk for potentially minimal reward. Rizzo trying to get it on target, went a little too low though, and a nice tip from Chicago back to the midfield line, but he has to win another one. And again, this is a problem that G2 have had. They've had an opportunity to go for a challenge. Yes, they're a little bit far away, but now they've just allowed Rogue onto their own half. They're going to have to struggle to keep them away from the net.
Kronovi flying across, keeping G2 defense on its toes. It is cleared away. Rizzo trying to play this away from AJ. He does, but Wonder has everybody beat to the ball. AJ shot just wide of the post. Tough angle. Kronovi keeps it going. AJ off the back wall, cannot do it. Saved by JNAPS again.
A nice read from JNAPS as well on that one. Kronovi securing his own corner boost, and they want the bump on Kronovi on the back wall. Chicago waiting at the opposite side. JNAPS has a chance. He's going to need some help from his teammates, though, as it's tipped high from AJ, and Chicago will let it go. Again, Rogue hang tough, and a huge block from Kronovi to get Rogue going back on offense.
Ooh, big demo as well from G2 to kill that pass across what would have been a shot on net. And now they head across to the blue half. Chicago, another touch, looking up for JNAPS, but he undercuts it just a tad. And again, physical play continuing to be a factor for both teams. G2, just under half the game left to go. They're the ones holding on to a 1-goal lead here in game number 2. And miscommunication slightly for G2, but nonplussed. And a good challenge as well by JNAPS. They've been solid on that. Quick pass out. Chicago coming in. And just nothing really happening right now for G2, but Rogue haven't been able to move down the pitch. This is the first time in about a minute they've been able to. It's getting tied up as 2 of them, and saving the day is Chicago, flipping back to make a save.
Big save from Chicago because JNAPS and Rizzo just beat themselves, but Rizzo wins a challenge and will escort the ball into the net, give him a huge insurance goal with about 90 seconds left, and it kind of came out of nowhere. Wonder just did not take a good challenge angle, expected that ball to roll up a little bit higher, jumped a little bit too up, and Rizzo just went right through him.
And Rogue, after what was a surprising finish to game 1, really G2 have finally taken back the reins from what we saw in the first 2.5 minutes of the series. Teed down AJ. looking for Kronovi on the play. Just a slight mishap on the whiff. Rizzo ends up giving way for Kronovi. You're looking for that pressure, but Rogue very spaced out right now. Want to make sure they control that midfield, trying to get those boosts on the return back. So a quick transition is afforded. Kronovi able to win one challenge, but just too far away. And this is only serving G2. These high balls that are taking a while to get to just kill so much time off the clock. Chicago, another boomer down. JNAPS is there. Back to Chicago. Shot and goal for Chicago. Gets the third for G2.
You could see this one coming a while away. Chicago just right up to JNAPS. And you knew the entire time JNAPS was going to go right back down and let Chicago do whatever he wanted with it. Picked a great spot in the net. 3-0. And that will definitely put game number 2 out of reach for Rogue. But what I really liked in this final minute or so was you saw Chicago go for one challenge in the midfield. That was the big criticism I had through the early part of game 2 and all of game number 1, was sometimes G2 just giving up a little too much space when they could force an option out and let the guy behind him deal with the problem, and that's what just happened. JNAPS was able to come out, help Chicago get that ball upfield, and then 1 or 2 sequences more through, they got the ball upfield and had a nice passing play to really put it out of reach.
Kronovi trying to get over Rizzo on the play as well. Wonder, another challenge out. AJ couldn't get back to the ball in time. And another drive by Rogue, thwarted again for G2. JNAPS with a couple of crucial saves. Chicago especially with a very important save that led to the insurance goal earlier for G2. They tie up this series 1-1. And if you're a G2 fan out there, that is how you want to see your team respond against this Rogue squad.
Absolutely, but they said during the pre-show, be careful, you can't keep allowing 9-10 shots per game, and Rogue right up there with 9 here in this one. So again, credit to JNAP's defense, 2 games in a row now with 4 saves, still getting the job done. But let's take a look at Rizzo's second goal, where he just won that challenge in the midfield. This comes off of a JNAP's challenge win, and again, just drove that right through the defender, stuck behind the ball, made sure not to get it by him, and a little miscue from, I believe, we'll see it again. Who was it? AJ, right?
It was
Wonder. There we go.
And even earlier in that sequence, 2 G2 members getting tied up in the corner. It looked like it was going to be a goal for Rogue, but Chicago was able to fly back, make that save, and really start that whole transition. And it put Rogue in a bit of an awkward spot. They weren't completely out of position. They were able at least to respond. Wonder was able to get back and make another challenge. But still, it's difficult because you have to be quick with that. You have to have your read as you're driving into the ball. You have no time to think. So for game number 3 in Rogue, it's just finding that space in the midfield again and find those passes, because they were nailing those passes back in game number 1, and it's what allowed them to kill the ball and kill the clock so well in the second half of that game.
And the other big difference as well, of course, is that physical play from G2. You haven't really seen any of it from Rogue. It's been winning a challenge and then trying to just press the issue and get something through the defensive line. That hasn't really happened. G2 has absolutely been winning the physical side of the Rocket League aspect and have just really thrown a bunch of wrenches into the gears of what Rogue's trying to get the job done. It doesn't always work, but it does make them think a little bit harder than they'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we head into game number 3, this is the pivot series. For which way does the pendulum swing? Kronovi looking out for Wonder, and he wanted to get it out fast. He had to battle a G2 defender for it. It was JNAPS. Challenge in midfield by AJ. Miscommunication by Rogue on the play. Puts him in a tough spot. Kronovi at least able to buy some time for his team to get reset.
And this is your must-win game for Rogue here in game 3. Give yourself 2 chances to take down G2. Because you already know G2 will ramp up slowly but surely, as we saw last week versus Space Station Gaming. A nice reverse sweep. And Rogue, in their last 2 games of their series last week, they didn't score a single goal.
They're definitely hunting still, as they've only scored 1 goal so far in the series. The offensive struggles continue for this team. No lack for shots on net, though. JNAPS blocked out by Kronovi. Wonder trying to slow it down. JNAPS not having any of it. Chicago off the back wall finds Rizzo. Rizzo wins the challenge completely. Back to the ball. Chicago to JNAPS. Into the net. G2. The pass out. They have the lead.
This is just a beautiful job from G2 getting this ball out of the corner. It's so easy for Chicago to just blast that one up towards the back wall and let AJ have a chance, but he takes his time with it, makes sure to get it out towards the top of the box, as far away from the defenders as he could, and a nice read from JNAPS to be right there, right on time, and a well-placed shot under the last man.
Off the kickoff, Kurnovi. Back over to Wonder. That challenge will serve G2. That's a great win by JNAPS in midfield. He's done that several times in the series so far. Chicago puts it right to the corner, and G2 are clicking.
It is kind of off kickoff here. It's just JNAPS on the rotate back. Just throws everybody for a loop, and Kurnovi can only watch from the net because he knows if he goes for that challenge, he's definitely beat. He has to let Chicago do whatever he wants, and he just was not set up sideways on the line to go any direction. And another expertly placed ball, this time from Chicago.
So after what, at least the first 2 games in the set, they've been largely defensive. And if you want to call defense just a lack of goals, that's what that was.
Here's a chance. Rizzo's kind of all alone for a couple of seconds here. Great job of buying time, though.
Kurnovi, a challenger for AJ, back to Wonder, who already got jumped up into it, tried to get in the way. AJ still trying to fight for it. Wonder just teased it down over to Rizzo. And Rogue, I think they put themselves in a bad spot themselves on the offensive half of the field. That's just a tee to JNAPS. Kurnovi has to stretch to make another save. Chicago pass out to the middle, looking for Rizzo. Rizzo blocked slightly. Chicago keeps control, looking, and is blocked away by AJ, but it's still G2's ball.
And how do they clear this? Again, they're sticking the ball in the corner on the G2 side, just like they did to close out game 1. Nice booming clear from Kurnovi. It's going to be a slow pickup, though, and they need to find a way to box G2 in here, and Wonder can't win the challenge again. Chicago so successful getting that ball back down to the other end of the pitch.
And off to JNAPS, it's blocked by Kurnovi, already up for it. Rizzo shot high and blocked by AJ. Still, it continues. You see Rizzo, he got that corner boost. G2 also collected all the midfield boost as well. Rogue starting to lose a lot in the tank. JNAPS keeping it going off to the corner. G2 right now clinical in the blue half. The passes out from the corner, not only Chicago, but JNAPS and Rizzo, all of them have effectively used the corner to pass the ball out to the center of the box and not necessarily against the back wall. Much easier for the defense to save balls like that rather than those infield passing plays.
And you're also starting to see Rogue have to give up a couple of challenges that they would rather not, as Wonder gets one from the top of the box. AJ, nice job beating the defender in the midfield. Just got right through JNAPS here, and he didn't even react. He wasn't sure exactly if AJ had the touch. And then off the sidewall and right around him, and Wonder's right there for it.
And good for Wonder to get under or get above the ball so he could get it down and to the right. AJ also kept that pass low, just saying, look, Wonder, just put it where it hurts. And Rogue are able to split the lead in half, looking to tie this game up. Plenty of time to do it. Wonder off the pass, straight down, off the backboard. Kurnovi can't get there in time. Still in play, shot on target, off the post, still by JNAPS. G2 retain the lead.
And how do you do it if you're JNAPS again? Another clutch save, but this one off the ceiling. Kurnovi right there for it, can't reach it. And a welcome clear for G2. And Rizzo wisely keeps it as close to him as he possibly can. They need to force challenges, make sure all of them get set on defense for whatever's coming at him. Chicago has to stop one as well. Wonder can't find the right-hand side of the goal. Off the wall, and that is cleared away from Chicago. Rogue pressing so hard, have left everything empty, and that will put it away.
Rogue pulled the goalie on the play, sent the entire house, could not finish it. AJ even got a bump in net. Wonder he hits the post after AJ hit the post earlier, and then Kurnovi couldn't finish it. Everybody was on the other back wall, the orange back wall, which led to the open goal. Rogue had to commit everything on the play. They were running out of time. That was the best chance that they had gotten.
Yes.
And they could not do it, and now find themselves down 2. Again, for game 3, G2 is just slowly, it's flown back into their favor. Complete control of the pitch, control of the game. Rogue can't find a lot of room, and when they do, well, it's some heroic saves, and also the 4th man for G2 that really played the factor. Kurnovi picks up a goal here off the rebound. 20 seconds left, they're still alive.
And again, they just won a nice challenge in the midfield line that Wonder can't really blame him for not putting that one clean on target. JNAPS wanting to make sure he doesn't get bumped by Wonder there. Takes a little bit of a cut towards the off the line and just takes himself too far. So it's not done yet. Rogue have given themselves enough time for maybe 1 or 2 shots. We already seen that they can create some great chances in little time.
It's a good carry by Chicago, really forcing A specific touch out of Rogue. Kronovi booms it downfield. Looking, it's blocked by Chicago. One last chance to get this in the air. It's off the corner. Kronovi waiting, blocked away. AJ's there. AJ, he's got Wonder and Kronovi available. It's away from all of Rogue. Kronovi gets to it in time. Oh, it's off the ceiling, can't get back to it. G2 take it to match point.
And well done from G2 in the middle of that game. The best part of what they were doing, like you talked about it a little bit, they were absolutely commanding the boost over on the Rogue side of things. Like you said, they stole away both corner boosts. They made sure they had at least one of the midfield boosts, and that made it so difficult for Rogue to have enough resources to always be in position, and it started to allow G2 to control more of the map because Rogue is having to give up some challenges that they would normally go for if they had the resources to go up and go for a challenge, and that allowed G2 to continue to press and put on a great lead early on into the game, and then of course put it away at 57 seconds.
And because Rogue are given so few chances, they have to be able to execute on the chances they are given. Again, that entire sequence where all three Rogue players ended up hitting some part of the crossbar or the post, and AJ even getting a bump in net and they still can't score. It's really tight when you have so many cars in front of that box. They couldn't do it, but they scored that goal. They have plenty more time. The game is tied at that point.
Yep.
It was a 2-goal swing, if you want to think about it that way in that sequence, because that play, they gave up a goal because they sent the house.
Yeah, and they absolutely should have put the ball in the back of the net. Again, they had what, 5, 4...
It was a lot.
12. It was 12 shots this time from Rogue. So it's clearly not an issue of generating chances. They had a couple of great scoring opportunities. They put 2 of them away. And it really could have easily been an overtime game in game number 3, but now it's an uphill battle for Rogue. You have no more lives, and you need to come up with a big win here versus G2. And you've done a great job getting the ball over onto the G2 half, which is what they said might have been one of the biggest problems in the pregame, was you got to find a way to box G2 in. And they've kind of boxed G2 in for short periods of time, but they haven't been able to starve G2 out.
Right, and when they got close, that's when the big clear happens for G2, and you got to give credit to G2's defense, the resilience they've shown in this series against Rogue. JNaps setting things up. G2 want to close this out now. As much as everybody must love Game 5s, they don't. I don't think anyone loves playing in a Game 5s. So much energy. Rizzo. Hit down for Chicago and looking for some room right now. Chicago setting up the first solid opportunity for G2, but Rogue's defense making their life difficult. JNaps the challenge again. Get out to the opposite side of the pitch.
And already, G2 again starting to command the boost on the field, but a nice 1-2 from AJ, and they can't stop it on the goal line. JNaps, you thought he was in the right place. Chicago actually wins the challenge. JNaps goes for boost, and this is just a great 1-2. And JNaps rotating in, had to make sure he didn't get demoed, drove up the wall to avoid it, and just didn't have the speed to get in front of it.
So Rogue finally pick up a goal early. Big tone setter for Game 4. And Rizzo off the side wall. AJ just pops that out. Chicago can't get back to it. AJ controlling off the corner boost and also still plays it away from G2. Kronovi also in the face of Rizzo. Chicago trying to clear this out here. Rogue, this is one of these extended chances, but Kronovi can't make another touch. And G2 get out of harm's way. Off the backboard, caught by AJ.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest clear, as it has allowed G2, that weak touch from the back wall has really just let G2 come so far forward. Thankfully, they got a nice clear over the top of Rizzo, and they bought themselves some breathing room, but that was a real chance for G2 to find an equalizer fast.
When JNaps making a great challenge, Chicago had some time, but Kronovi quick on his wheels, if you will. Shot on goal for Rogue. Kronovi getting it in for the insurance.
And this miss off the corner is actually what beats Rizzo the most. He's ready for that touch to come through. And since that ball doesn't get tipped off the back wall one more time, because he plays it a little bit slow coming out of the corner because he's ready for the touch out to the top of the box, and he's geared up to go out at whatever angle it hits. And unfortunately, that missed touch, it just took him out of position. It just bounced right in front of Kronovi, and there was no way Rizzo was ever going to make that back. Chicago and JNaps kind of hung him out to dry, and he just couldn't handle the 1v2.
Trying to play around the corner. Kronovi back to this. Wonder slowing it down in midfield. A bad challenge for G2. AJ shot just high, but the rebound is for Kronovi. Rogue score their third goal off the miss on the backboard.
They're not threatened at all about looking at match point here. Chicago, it's just a clean, missed clear. They got to find the touch. And Rizzo playing the middle of the net to go wherever he needs to, but the shot too fast. And that comes down to execution from G2 there, just like it did in Game 3 for Rogue.
Well, if there was some tension for Rogue at the start of Game 4, they're probably feeling much more relaxed now, giving themselves quite a comfortable lead. G2 on the other side have plenty of time to try to fight back. But Rogue have been aggressive in Game 4. AJ getting bumped out of the way by Rizzo. He still gets back to the ball over to Wonder. Wonder tries to slip it through. And Rizzo able to pick up the save. Kronovi there. The challenge back over to Chicago. Again, Wonder there again. He's able to at least get back to the ball. Bump onto J Naps, gives Rogue the ball again. And it's been good by Rogue. Even early in the game, before they did get their first goal, they were playing super aggressive, especially in the orange corners, just daring G2 to try to beat them on those challenges, and they've won those challenges. It results in that pass, almost another goal. Chicago makes the save, but it's another shot for AJ. He hits it right into Chicago. A fourth goal for Rogue as Kronovi picks it up, and with a minute 44 remaining, Rogue are dominating.
And Rogue weren't really doing anything special here. It was literally just chucking the ball into the corner a few times, winning a few challenges here and there, and eventually, just like it has been the case for the past few games, Rogue continued to pressure and pressure and pressure, and finally G2, they actually did get starved out. They couldn't do anything. And game number 4, well and truly, gonna belong to Rogue, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Rizzo gets a lot of touches onto that ball, but G2, really it's just been Rogue playing their game better than them in game number 4, Chiefs, as you had just recently pointed out.
11 shots.
A lot of pressure.
11 shots, 1 for G2.
Just great performance. That's why they like to say, especially in Rocket League, the best defense is a great offense. And Rogue had done that previously in this series. G2 may pick up one here. No, they're denied. But they really they had the shots on net every game. It was 10 plus shots every single game for Rogue. It just came down to executing, putting the ball in the back of the net. It was that simple for Rogue. This time in game 4, this is this Rogue team when they do have that shot accuracy, they do put it in the back of the net, really stretch G2 out. And G2, they finally get some semblance of possession here late, but you're in essential garbage time when Rogue is up by 4 with a minute left.
This game's totally done. There's nothing else G2 can do except get set for game number 5. And they're just cruising through the final 30 seconds here. And it was just, again, keys to victory. Got to find a way to get the ball away from Chicago. They did that earlier on in this one. And as well, it helps they themselves got out to a nice early lead. Right around the 4-minute mark, right around the 3-minute mark, followed up with another one about 15 seconds later. Here at 11 seconds as well. Just the entire start and middle of this game was all Rogue. And G2 never could find an answer.
And Wonder won every single challenge moving down the pitch, doing it unassisted, And for Rogue, I mean, how else do you make a statement heading into Game 5? And how good does Kronovi have to feel heading into this Game 5, knowing that you just put on a 5-burger here against G2?
Well, you're not allowed to feel good yet. You got to win the series before you really feel good.
But you do feel better, especially after G2 controlled the game in game number 3, and you feel like, all right, we're really going to have to stretch here in game number 4 to make this work. But they didn't. They really played a textbook game of Rocket League, and they put shots on target. What more do you want me to say for it? Kronovi picking up a hat trick for his team, and I think for a lot of fans of Kronovi and Rogue fans out there, that's what they wanted to see Kronovi do. They wanted to see him kind of take that on the field leadership, if you will, where he's kind of leading the assault and scoring goals for his team and putting his team in a position to win the game, and he did that here in this game.
Yeah, and he got a hat trick in game number 4. He was definitely being that leader. It's like, hey, give me the ball, we'll put the ball in the back of the net. He's got 3 assists from his teammates there, and it was a nice job. AJ assisting 2 of them, and that one, the unassisted one where Rizzo kind of got hung out to dry in the corner, that bounced out and came right back to him. So Kronovi absolutely doing a great job here in game number 4, but you're not done yet. Here's game number 5, and G2 need to find a way to... You gotta stop Rogue somewhere. You're not even sure how so many shots are coming at you. And G2, this is a big game for both of these teams, because again, you look at G2, you say, all right, if we don't win this game we're one of the big three, we have to win these games against all the lower people so that when it comes to weeks 4 and 5, when we play Cloud9 and Rogue, or Cloud9 and NRG, excuse me, when you play those guys, you have a much better chance of going into that top 4 spot and getting a bye maybe into the regionals for LAN. So this is a big game as well for Rogue because it can really guarantee a spot in the top 6 if you take one off the big 3. It's huge for both of these guys.
G2 and Game 5. Name a more iconic duo. Here we go. Off the kickoff, Kronovi dump out to the side. And Wonder getting chipped allows G2 to take this ball. Rizzo tapped up high and saved by Kronovi. Flying in Chicago, trying to keep this in play. Rizzo. Slow ball. JNAP's waiting for the touch from Kronovi, and he's rewarded with the ball. Chicago up high off the back wall. Can't get back to the touch. AJ was there on the defense.
And this is where G2 has been doing so well. Again, stealing away both of Rogue's corner boosts, but here's where it's really been the problem is that follow-up touch in the midfield. They need to win this one, and they do.
Chicago off the back wall. Shot by JNAP, saved right into Kronovi's bumpers. And Rizzo just bought a little bit of time. Chicago tried to play the press. He got the midfield boost on his way out. And Rizzo in the corner. G2 starting to feel the pressure. Oh, the crossbar flying in was Wonder. Looking for the rebound, but G2 hang on.
It's amazing. G2 stealing all the boost in the world, and then somehow Rogue finds a small gap, pushes it out of their own half, and puts a dangerous shot of their own on target. Again, let's see if G2 will try the exact same thing. They've stolen. They've got 2 demos. Can they get one more? It's wide open. Wonder is respawned. Rizzo has to get help from Chicago off the back wall. JNAPS is too late. There's the touch, and it's into the corner. Rogue will survive again.
And on top of 2 demos, Kronovi was getting chipped 2 or 3 times. How do G2? You got to be able to score on an opportunity like that. The position of the ball just didn't allow for it. Another touch saved by Rizzo. Kronovi keeping it in play. Wonder wanting to commit, waits for the touch. Can't get it by JNAPS, but again, AJ hunting here for Rogue, pressing in the first 2 minutes of the game. All 3 members of G2 tied in the corner, trying to get reset. Kronovi back over to AJ, shot just high. Best chance, that Wonder, AJ, and Kronovi were gonna get so far in the first 2 minutes. That shot blocked. Kronovi slips it under, it's blocked again by JNAPS. Wonder picks this up. JNAPS has another save. Defensively has kept G2 in so many situations.
And a defensive showcase for both teams here. Quality opportunities on both halves, and somehow, some way, people pull it out of the net.
Midfield, JNAPS. AJ's there. Rizzo's in the corner looking for Chicago, but a little too far out. Chicago does get back to the ball. JNAPS pulls away, not wanting to overcommit on it. Plays the touch onto Kronovi. G2 can't get it by midfield. Kronovi on the point. And JNAPS does a great job keeping the ball close, buying some time for G2. They still can't grab any of these midfield boosts. It's going to make their work in the offensive half difficult. The challenge buys some time for Chicago to at least get a touch onto the ball, but again, G2 was tough for them to really make any movement downfield, as Rogue have been controlling the pitch for the most part in the last 3 minutes.
And again, some double commits from G2 as well, allowing a little bit of extra space for Rogue, and again, they find themselves over on the orange half. So let's see what Rogue can come up with this time.
And certainly a defensive performance for both teams. Only 3 shots allowed on both halves.
A welcome change for G2, I'm sure, as Wonder actually gets it through everybody, and JNAPS will just make sure to get it out to safety into the corner. But a nice demo from AJ will again give another couple of opportunities here for Rogue, as cleared away by Chicago into the midfield line.
Wonder back to Kronovi. The shot blocked by JNAPS was wide. Kronovi shot blocked again by JNAPS. Another stand-up save. AJ blocked by Chicago. Still G2 looking to get out of the orange half. Wonder has the ball and the boost. Kronovi, AJ off the back wall. Wonder back to AJ. Shot blocked by Rizzo to the other side off the sidewall. Not over for Rogue. Kronovi off the back wall, defended by JNAPS. Rizzo
there
with the follow-up. G2 survive.
They needed to find somewhere to get it by the midfield line, and finally they have room to breathe, but can they win possession? Wonder it says goodbye Rizzo, and a nice touch from JNAPS trying to get it out to space, and finally G2 have gained the ball back, but not for very long. It's punched back onto the orange.
And up high off the ceiling, blocked again by Kronovi. Who makes the first mistake with 30 seconds left in regulation?
G2 have to be praying for overtime here. They need a full reset to get everyone back on the same page. Again, they've had so much success early on in the game, generating early chances, but nothing here.
G2 looking for a gap, starting with Chicago. Off the back wall, looking, open angle, maybe Rizzo! No, it's wide of the posts. Wonder clearing it away. AJ on the follow-up, takes a pot shot down towards the corner. JNaps just trying to keep it close. He can't do it. Wonder, he is blocked out. Boom, downfield. G2, they get the overtime they need to reset.
And you need to win this ball if you're G2 Esports, because Rogue, they've already shown you in the past few games, they'll break you down and score a few on you.
Pass out, Kronovi up high. It's blocked again by Chicago. Great backboard defense from both teams in game number 5. Tee out, AJ forced to make a save. Kronovi finds the touch out, he beats Rizzo to the ball, but it's affording JNaps to the corner. Kronovi again, looking for some space for his team. Tee out to Rizzo, Chicago, shot on, and it's a goal for G2! They win in game 5 overtime, picking up a win against Rogue.
And a beautiful job from Chicago here, not punching that ball into the corner again, because he knows if he does that, it's going to go right to Rogue. They're going to clear the ball away, and we're going to go back into the possession game that Rogue has won so dominantly. And Chicago asks for help. Rizzo's there, right back to him, and a perfect ball to the back post. And it went all 5, you know, Rogue. You gave them a run for their money, and honestly, I was willing to take your odds, but you couldn't do it in regulation. I said they needed to generate pressure early on, and G2 won.
G2 won, and I think one thing that really helped them, I mean, both defenses played really well, but it was that backboard defense from G2 when they were allowing 10-plus shots in the first 4 games of the set.
Yeah.
They did not do that in this game. There wasn't that shot pressure. There was the presence of Rogue,
absolutely.
but they weren't able to put the ball on net.
It was absolutely a defensive showcase all series long for G2. Not always able to get the job done, but overall, the only game where they allowed more than 2 goals was game number 4, where they got shut out and just stomped. But other than that, G2 able to hang on against great pressure from Rogue. Curious to see what happens for those guys going forward.
Well, a classic G2 series. We got a little bit more on that matchup and the rest of today's games. Coming up next, it's Cloud9 versus Ghost Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Whose dog is this?
It's my special friend Antonio. His luxurious fur calms my nerves when I'm worried about moving into our new apartment.
Why don't we just ask Geico for help with renter's insurance?
Antonio, fetch computer.
See how much you could save on renter's insurance.
One moment to escape. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. Will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our troubles seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our troubles seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again.
walking on the moon.
When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon.
taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been. That I've never been. That I've never been.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is week number 2 for North America, and G2 barely walks away with the win there, and I say barely for a reason.
Man, that's a tough loss for
I mean,
Kenobi.
you know,
Oh my
they had a pretty close call last week too, didn't they? You know, going to Game 5. So
Yeah, and same with Rogue. Just two different situations. One losing Game 5s and one winning Game 5s, and that's the difference.
Yeah, huge back and forth series, obviously, for G2 and Rogue, but you can't change the rule. G2 wins in Game 5. That's how it works, boys.
and we know that rule does not follow Kronovi.
No,
You know, I was
We were thinking it
really
might.
I was really anticipating watching this series because you know it was Kronovi's shot at his old team, and I wanted to see how he was going to play and how Chicago was going to play. And I thought out of the gate, Kronovi was playing really well, scoring the only goal in Game 1 that got them that win in Game 1. And then just all around, I thought he played well.
So the one thing I loved was that Wonder and AJ really stepped up today compared to last week, where I felt like they were very flat, and they got a lot of good passing plays going. I'm like, oh, Rogue's got a chance, because they looked extremely flat in games 2 and 3. Then they started to pick it up, and then I thought we had the script right. Game number 5, we see Crow make 2 huge saves. It goes to overtime. Everyone's expecting Crow to score, but Chicago, that locksmith, he comes in and it's like, it was the right roster move. Everyone can calm down.
Oh, and the pass from Rizzo was pretty phenomenal.
He was so quiet throughout that series, but it doesn't matter. Game 5 overtime, Rizzo steps up.
You have to give credit, though, to J-Naps. His defense that series was fantastic. Obviously, looking at the stats here, a lot of saves coming out. We talked about how 10 shots a game is something that G2 can't do. We saw why. Like, it could have went a totally different way.
I am very concerned about that.
And I love that this was kind of like a shootout between Kronovi and Chicago. 5 out of the 8 goals for Rogue scored by Kronovi. 4 out of the 7 goals for G2 scored by Chicago. The final goal of the game scored by Chicago. Just upper 90, unblockable. Yeah, it was. So I mean, that lived up to my expectations.
Real question though, is this just a good sign for Rogue, or is this a bad sign for G2? I mean, like, we did see a lot of Crow's goals and it being from misses.
I mean,
porque no los dos.
What does that? What?
Why not both?
Okay, sure.
Is this the South American broadcast now? Is this what's going on?
Yeah,
I didn't know
he's just trying to expand his horizons, I guess.
Okay.
I'm trying here, guys.
Enough of you, Lawler. Enough of you, Lawler. We got to move on to our next match. It's going to be Ghost versus C9. I've actually been looking forward to this one. We do know Ghost is sitting at an 0-2 in the league play, looking to get one back, but this ain't going to be an easy one.
It's not going to be easy. Cloud9, they looked very shaky, though, last week. Maybe there's a small door opening for Ghost.
If you can look shaky and win 3-0, that's still pretty good. I mean, yes, they didn't look like the Cloud9 we're used to, but the fact of the matter is they 3-0'd. They won, and Torment scored an insane amount of goals.
Yeah, 5 goals as well. But I think it was all Gimmick, that speed from Gimmick, where both his goals were just incredible reads, where he read the play before anyone else did and scored before anyone else could block the angles. And then he had 4 assists, and that usually comes down for Gimmick, just beating people on the offensive end and causing those 50-50s, and Torment was there to clean up everything.
I think if anything's going to be persistent with Cloud9, it is Gimmick speed. The very fast aggression just enables everything else on the field for them, and the fact that we are seeing Torment still continue to move up and put shots away is great, because that just relieves Squishy, because he's got something that he can move at any point.
3 games. 3 games. That's all we've seen Cloud9 play. So I think it's way too early to make a judgment on them. However, for Ghost, I think we have enough, or have seen them enough to start having some concerns, especially with Illusion. 9 games, 1 goal for him.
Yeah, we talked about those stats earlier, but it's also that team dynamic where Lethemir and Memory are basically like, hey, Illusion, we love your offense, but go play that Zane Jackie role. And I think they have to figure out something where they get Illusion more involved for the offensive side, because obviously he didn't look great on defense. Yeah. We'll see if they change their game plan this week. But that's the one thing.
Is that the better option, is to tell Illusion to get on offense rather than to get him to work on his defense?
I do. I think with Lethemir being the role that he's been in, the ability to carry, the ability to move up, I would rather see Lethemir just naturally play that role. And I don't know if you guys agree. Would you rather see Lethemir be this aggressive in the front, like ready to play, with these passes that we saw so great from Memory, or do you like, okay, you're the best player on the team, go play defense?
So I want to see what Lethemir, yeah, just smack your laptop around. But so Lethemir
to the laptop.
I almost failed Spanish, so I don't understand anything going on here. But for Lethemir, he's the captain on the team. He has to say, hey, we saw some weaknesses. Maybe he moves back to that third man role, because he had a lot of solo goals. And something that happens if you're the third man, that ball spills out to you and you have a lot of time to cause a dribble. Very similar to what Energy does with, now they moved not Fireburner back, but now we have like Justin to play back, and now he goes for all those solo incredible plays. Maybe Lethemir can do the same thing on this team and relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, I just feel like when I'm watching Ghost, I just feel like they are not in a comfort zone. You see a lot of teams that are playing, their rotations are good, they're leaving balls for each other to take the shot, they're looking for the infield plays. But when I watch Ghost, a lot of times, I have seen those sparks with Memory and Lethemir, but I haven't really seen that with Illusion and anyone else. And
this is what I'm saying, is I really, really think that we need up on offense is Lethemir and Memory together, because they have that spark.
But then why pick up a player like Illusion?
Yeah, that's my main gripe, where that they pick up a player that's all about offense and they're like, just go play defense. So it just seemed like a bad call.
The whole time to me, it's just like, you, me, you, me. like, whose ball is it? And then nobody does it, and then it just goes on to defense.
And,
like,
and
all
it's just purely a comfort thing, because even Torment, he's known as the third man or the last guy back, but he's leading in terms of goals per game right now. Obviously, only 3 games, too small a sample size to really put much credit to that. But, you know, I think it's just trying to be comfortable. You know, it's like finding that comfort zone and allowing Aleutian to play the way he feels comfortable is going to make the whole team better, because we even saw instances last week where, you know, Lethamyr and Aleutian, there was that moment where Lethamyr took the shot. Will we see more of that?
I just want to know if it's a mentality thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They've had some time to work it out. They've had a lot of matches, a lot of time to look at replays. Get in the action and let us know what you think at RLCS on Twitter, hashtag RLCS7. But it's time to head over to the Skybacks for our next match.
After a rough start to the season, a lot of questions still remain for Ghost Gaming, and the road gets no easier against Cloud9, our Season 6 world champions, who started the season off really the exact opposite of Ghost, started it off pretty strong. And it's gonna be a difficult task for Ghost, and the desk hit on really all the points achieves. But you know, how do you feel about Ghost against Cloud9 right now?
You know, I think Cloud9 cannot afford to look as sloppy as they did last week versus Splyce. Ghost will absolutely give them trouble if that's the case. But James did bring up a great point. 1 goal through 9 games for Aleutian. The big problem, 21 shots. 1 goal for 21 shots. Memory put on 7 with 20.
And so that's the big question. A lot of eyes are on Aleutian and this entire Ghost team, and it starts off with Torment getting the first goal off the pass from Squishy.
And it's a nice clear from Lethamyr, but already Squishy's right on top of it. And he was just sitting saying, you better not clear the ball right at me, because he put the ball right to the top of the box. And we already know Torment spent all of Season 6 perfecting come up to the top of the box and score it.
And we were talking, Chiefs, before this game about how Ghost have registered a lot of shots on net, not just from Aleutian and being unable to score, but this entire team, what was it, 72 shots coming into this game?
About 70, yeah, from week number 1.
Off of 3 games. So there's a lot of...
No, for Ghost?
For Ghost.
They played 9 games.
Sorry, 9 games. I'm getting it mixed up. Cloud9's on the field. On the other side, Gimmick just off the backboard, and Lethamyr can only clear it back over to Squishy. And Aleutian able to pick up across midfield.
Man, already leaps and bounds better for Cloud9. We haven't even seen them have to play defense yet.
Looking for
it's
a pass.
The first opportunity.
Almost looking for a pass from Gimmick, but it is cleared away. He goes to a high-flying ball. Aleutian does pick that one up. Chasing closely is Lethamyr. Trying to get in. Was Memory on the play, but he had to avoid Lethamyr as well. Coming back around, Lethamyr does pick up the ball, but can only go laterally in Cloud9's half, and Squishy just takes this one. An interesting sequence of events, but a lot of hang time on this ball right now. Just off the ceiling, shot for Lethamyr blocked by Torment. Ghosts not wanting to commit too quickly, and Memory pass out, gonna find Aleutian on the play. Torment kicks it out. Gimmick already downfield. Good challenge by Lethamyr. Not really a ton of action so far, and really just kind of popping the ball out away, or at least trying to get it away from the defenders. That off the back wall, looking for a shot. Oh, it's a feint for Torment off the crossbar. Flying around his Gimmick, he gets back to it in time. Cloud9 setting up shop here in the orange half.
And they look to pick up right where they left off earlier on in game number 1, but the big difference is definitely Cloud9 able to generate shot opportunities. And Ghost has only been able to just touch the ball down onto the blue side and make sure nothing goes in, as this one actually finds its way in from the midfield line from Gimmick, who's just waiting in the midfield here to go and get whatever came at him. Lethamyr was being harried by Torment in his own net, made him slow to go and challenge that ball, and it opened just enough of a door for Gimmick to go beat him to it.
And so early struggles for Ghosts. They've not really been able to find really any kind of favorable sequence. You heard James talking about it on the desk, where he felt like he started seeing sparks of being able to find each other on the pitch, and it felt like they're trying to get to the point where they want kind of like an even 3-man team, and it's not just Lethamyr and Memory punching in all the goals. Granted, Illusion hasn't been without his opportunities.
Oh, he had more than Memory.
He had more than Memory. he can't score on these, so he has to find a way to finish and execute when he is given the opportunity. A quick shot off the pass is high by Gimmick. Those infield passes, they come out of nowhere sometimes, and the power Gimmick can put on this ball, the consistency is so hard to defend against. Still Cloud9, 3 minutes gone. They have what feels like a comfortable 2-goal lead. Haven't felt a lot of pressure. Ghosts have registered 0 shots on net.
Nice bump there from Torment on Lethamyr, because all it does is just, again, buy plenty of time for Cloud9 to get set up and have a free ball to work with however they please. And that's been the big thing for game number 1. It has just been absolutely Ghost Gaming. Caught out of the midfield, struggling to defend the infield passes from the outside to here. Again, nobody here for this, and it forces them to scramble, and to top it off, they don't even get the touch, and Gimmick puts in number 3.
Yeah, Lucian, ball got away from him here, and then he touches it again and ended up giving it to Torment, who already had his car turned, anticipating the ball to come to him. It gives him a perfect pass over to Gimmick. All Gimmick has to do is just hit it on target. It was right into him as he came racing over. And Cloud9, a 3-goal lead, and while they struggled at times against Splyce last week, if you're a fan of this Cloud9 team and you want to see them at that championship caliber level, you wanted to see this kind of response against Ghost Gaming, who have dropped their first 2 series of the season, are still really struggling to find their identity, and with a minute left, have Ghost still not registered a shot on net? They have not. And really, it feels like that. That passes the eye test from the first 5 minutes of gameplay. Almost 5 minutes as Cloud9 are going to cruise to a Game 1 victory. Illusion back to his own ball, but no quick follow-up ever available for Ghosts. Lethamyr downfield, just off into space, buying some time for Ghosts.
They're just wasting time on Cloud9's half as well. They're willing to just let them bomb the ball into the corner. It's not like they're going to do anything with it. They haven't stuck anything past Cloud9 yet.
A light touch from Lethamyr. It was just to get something going heading into game number 2. The miss is going to allow Memory to score. They do pick up the goal off the rebound with 12 seconds left.
Vintage caster curse. They haven't got anything past Cloud9 yet. Well, 2 people just missed the ball on Cloud9, and Memory scores an easy one. But if you are Ghost Gaming, you said it right before kickoff, Jorby. It does not get any easier when you have to play Cloud9, and this was the team that everybody expected Cloud9 to come out and play like back in week number 1.
And another goal, maybe no block, still another block as time expires. Cloud9, well, they easy peasy acquire the Game 1 victory, and for Ghosts, there's no shortage of things that really went wrong. They generated no offense. They had no boost half the time, or at least little boost to be able to do anything with it. And when they were getting clears, they were having solid touches. No one was able to follow it up because they were either rotating back because they were looking for boost. It was a mess for Ghosts in that first game. They really weren't able to find any kind of foothold. And the goal that really sealed the deal in the entire game is just this roll right here. Torment finding that pass was already down when Illusion touched the ball down to him. That ball would shoot straight out, almost like a cannon over to Gimmick, and Gimmick just raced back to it. And I mean, it's a heads-up play by Cloud9.
And that's the other thing about it, is you say it's a heads-up play from Cloud9, but that goal showed everything that Cloud9 did. You noticed they cleared that ball out to the corner, and there was already a guy on Cloud9 saying, yes, please do, bring the ball right to me. It doesn't really matter how Cloud9 challenges that ball, just as long as they don't lose it. Because that happened over and over and over in game number 1. They clear to the corner, Cloud9's right there, top of the box, shot. Clear to the corner, Cloud9's there, top of the box, shot. Rinse, repeat, and they won 3-1.
I think the main thing for Ghost, they gotta have some sort of midfield presence, start making these challenges. This isn't the same Ghost team we even saw last week. They looked better last week in their 2 losses than they did in this first game. They were able to put shots on net. They were able to
shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cloud9, I don't want to harp on Ghost too much and not give Cloud9
It's
any
not
credit.
that Ghost played bad.
It's just Cloud9 are playing like Cloud9.
They knocked it out of the park in game number 1, and it is definitely on Cloud9 continue to be able to generate that pressure. As far as I'm concerned for Ghost, you got to be able to make one person miss. If you make one person miss, you will generate yourself some chances, and that's all Ghost have to do is just beat that first man coming off of defense.
Gimmick around the corner. Fast to the ball. Lucian does get to the challenge. Not the best touch for Squishy. Catching it out, flipping it around, Memory. Corner shut down by Cloud9. Given up by Squishy. Torment forced up. That's not a great clear from him. The challenge slow coming. Memory does get a piece of it. Lethamyr there. Memory going for the demo. He gets him. Gimmick's in the way. Lethamyr tries to muscle it through. Can't do it. Hanging on, and Ghost already have more shots on net than they did all of game number 1. Starting off much better. Lethamyr on the point. Getting back against Gimmick. A great win for Lethamyr. Making a lot out of a little. First minutes trying to lock Cloud9 into the blue half, but they get the clear.
And it's a good thing to see Ghost start off with some early pressure, say, you know, you guys played well game number 1. Game number 2 is going to be a totally different story, and already Cloud9 finding themselves having to make sure they keep things under wraps on defense, don't make any big mistakes, because you already know Ghost is a team that will punish you because they've got that ability. You just didn't get to see it in game number 1.
Around the corner. Up high for Torment. Lucian kicks that away. It's back over, and a good win from Memory on the challenge. Lethamyr already downfield. Shot on target, blocked by Torment. Still in play. Squishy off the backboard. Has the touch, but Lethamyr can't catch it out under Torment. Wins the challenge.
And again, nice job from Ghost. All you got to do, make that first guy challenging not come up with a clean win, and they've been able to generate a couple of great chances. Smart play here from Illusion trying to force the challenge. Unfortunately, lost it horribly. And a nice help from Memory to get that ball out to the side, and Gimmick pass to the middle for Torment. Beat through 2, and can they beat the last man? Nasty hop. Memory can only watch. Torment's not in a good spot, and Squishy from too far away. Cloud9 will have to rinse and get set up again.
And Memory is so happy that he didn't actually have to make a save. He was still coming back to the net on the same side of the ball. It would have been tough to get up and try to make a save as the last man back, but Ghost hang on. Oh, at the laser of a shot, just off the back wall, in front of the box, looking in and slips it through. Splitting the defenders is Torment. Cloud9 have the lead.
And Torment actually kind of comes out of nowhere here from the Ghost Gaming side as Memory's running into the net. He's staring at Gimmick, who he's expecting to go for that ball, and Torment kind of just blindsides him, beats him to that ball, and goes right behind him because Gimmick wheeled around on the midfield line. And so he was looking up forward at Gimmick and then just was not expecting Torment to come right from behind him.
One thing off this kickoff. Oh, Memory's actually going to score. Gimmick up in the air, couldn't recover in time, and Ghost pick up a much-needed goal here at halftime.
Yeah, Torment's with a clear to the back wall, and Gimmick was also up on the back wall in case Torment didn't get that first challenge, and it meant nobody was there for Cloud9. Gimmick dismounting from that back wall did not land cleanly, and just a nice shot from Memory to beat the man.
Ghost showing you what you can do when you're able to grab some boost on the field and not just have to deal with shot after shot after shot. Cloud9, a quick response from Squishy, and they have the lead right back.
Again, Memory hesitating to go for that clear, the reason being he had 2 boost, and Squishy figured it out instantly because he saw that tip from Memory. He says, well, if he goes for the challenge, I have to leave because he's got me beat. And he says, oh, he's not going for it. Great, he has no boost, and he just called him on it.
And a good sequence again around the corner. Cloud9 slowly bringing the clamp down, winning all the boost battles on this drive. Gimmick fighting hard against Memory, back over to Illusion. Illusion forces his way back over to Lethamyr, a little too far off for Gimmick. He's able to pick it back up. Gimmick flipping it over, another, forcing the touch from Illusion. Illusion able to do it, and Lethamyr with a great follow-up. Give Ghost some breathing room.
And again, Ghost doing a great job. What do you have to do? You got to beat the first man coming at you, and they've done just that here in game number 2, and that's why it's still fairly close. And it's just come down to perfect execution to Cloud9 to have the lead, and here's a chance for Memory to equalize. Torment, though, so fast off the line. Safely to Gimmick and into the hands of Squishy, but another great win from Illusion, and still Ghost threatening.
And the win off the demo is Torment. Pass downfield for Memory, and the ceiling does him dirty. Bounces away from him, forced back to Ghost's back wall. Trying to play small ball on the defensive end, and tipped away for Squishy. Torment's shot is blocked. Now a race on the transition, but Gimmick gets back in time, buys a little bit of time, still needs some more, makes another great challenge. Now Squishy's set, can't get back to it. Up high, shot by Illusion, and no good. Too light and high anyway. Gimmick picks it up past midfield.
And that shot right there from Illusion is probably why you see his shooting percentage be so low. It is a lot of Lethamyr and Memory playing those two men up front as Gimmick's not able to muscle one through the line of Ghost Gaming. But it's tons of Leth and Memory on offense. Currently trying to get that ball past the midfield line. Memory will need help from Lethamyr as actually Ghost has some time.
Every time they've tried to move this ball down the pitch, Cloud9, like that, they win another challenge, but that's going to afford Ghost maybe an opportunity. There for the save with Squishy. Gimmick again. Good challenge by Lethamyr. Can he get back? For Illusion. Illusion. Memory squares up once. Squishy trying to clear this out. Plays it slow and wins the challenge. Brought it down, giving Cloud9 the victory here in Game 2.
Smart play from Squishy on that delayed challenge right at the end. But again, like I was trying to talk about right there towards the end of that series, Illusion, he only had that one shot on net, and it's because Lethamyr and Memory, those are the two guys always on offense. Yeah, we're talking about it on the desk. Illusion is definitely the third man. He follows Torment in that role. You know, it's a lot of Gimmick and Squishy opening the door and saying, Torment, you're going to have to come finish this. And the difference is Illusion, he gets lots of opportunities because Lethamyr and Memory apply plenty of pressure when they're able to do it. And the thing is Cloud9 is never in a bad spot. Illusion never has a perfect opportunity, like a you can't miss this.
Yeah, you don't ever catch Cloud9 scrambling on defense.
It puts a lot of pressure on Illusion to really make the perfect shot to get it by, and unfortunately he wasn't able to deliver that in week number 1. Here in game number 2 versus Cloud9, again, a very tough shot to make, and he couldn't do it. And do you blame Illusion, or do you say, well, someone's got to give him a better setup or get somebody out of the way? Or do you just say, yo, Cloud9's good on defense?
I mean, I don't think you can really place the blame solely on Illusion. Again, I just think you have to give credit to Cloud9's superiority in how they control the game, and especially controlling the pitch. You said it best, is that Cloud9 have never been in a bad position. They've always been ready for the next touch. Their backboard defense has been solid. They've always found each other on any end of the pitch, whether it be the defensive end or the offensive end. It's been tough to crack. So Ghost will win a couple of challenges, but they can't win every challenge, and that is the task that they have set upon them against Cloud9. They have to win every challenge.
But it was a much better game too, you must admit, from Ghost Gaming immediately. Already much different. Never really boxed it in their own half. Were able to break out, find some clears to space, beat a couple of guys on defense, and here's the first opportunity where Cloud9 might be in a bad spot, but of course, Torment so sure-handed, able to make a nice save, and a great pass to Memory, and he just couldn't find the net from right next to the wall.
Yeah, tight angle for Memory to try to score. Still, a good way to start if you're Ghosts. Just being able to connect on the passes at all on offense gives you some semblance of confidence. Memory shot, trying to force Squishy back. Squishy up to the task, makes the save. Kicked out, Cloud9. A good challenge from Memory. They can get back down to it in time. He can't not do it. And a challenge again. The pass out from Lethamyr, or out to Lethamyr, was blocked. And we saw this at the beginning of Game 2 when Ghost did have enough resources to be able to contend with Cloud9. You saw them consistently try to bring the ball down and really try to make the pace theirs. Set the tone of the game the way they want to, and not have to play this Boomers game against Cloud9 because they've lost that. And that shot finds an open net. They lost that Boomer game. Torment scores the first for Cloud9.
Straight off the side, Lethamyr took a little bit too long, thought about going for it, and he realized just a split second too late that Torment was coming off the goal line and had him well and truly beat. And that slight hesitation from Lethamyr, not immediately running back, not being fully aware of what could happen, just cost his team the opener in Game 3.
Round to the corner. Illusion. Up off against the backboard. When that's not the best, but actually it is really good as it kept possession close. You didn't give up the ball right in front of the box. Sometimes the best play when you have that much space is just put it right in front of the net for us to clear out. Ghost do so. That shot blocked by Squishy right into him. Buying some time as Illusion. A good touch. Back to Lethamyr. Back to Illusion. Shot is blocked off the post. Torment denying Illusion yet again. No goal for Ghost.
Beautiful save from Torment. That was absolutely quality defense from Torment, denying another opportunity for Illusion. But here's another free ball for Ghost. Up over the top, no help though. And Cloud9 content to waste time. Pass to Squishy, top of the box. Didn't really square up on it. And just tapped it to himself, but a big miss from Illusion past the Gimmick, and they've got no chance. Help as he actually beat Torment. Torment was thinking Gimmick was going to leave it, and Torment was going to lend a helping hand, and Cloud9 squander a freebie.
Yeah, Ghost definitely get away with one right there. Illusion trying to play the bully, trying to make Gimmick bite. Gimmick never did. Shot by Lethamyr just wide of the net, cleared away again for Cloud9. I do like some of these sequences from Ghost. Again, playing it close. That challenge doesn't go his way. Off the post. Shot on target. No, it's not. It's off the post again. Cloud9 can't get the insurance. Flipped away by Torment. And Torment wins another challenge. Big to buy Cloud9 some time.
That could absolutely be the difference maker, too. This game could be 3-0 right now for Cloud9, and we could already be talking about the end of the series. But instead, Ghost Gaming able to hang around again. Illusion had his own beautiful setup play that his teammate just didn't capitalize on. And now Gimmick, in a 1v1 back the other way, forces Lethamyr to punch it off the corner, and Cloud9 will set up the tent in the midfield, but again, Illusion able to break him out.
Against off the corner, Lethamyr again, shot, does he have it? No, Gimmick is there. You see Ghost trying to play physical on the line, trying to break this Cloud9 defense. Torment challenged by Illusion again, and the challenges have been really consistent from Ghost. They've been able to meet Cloud9 to a lot of these plays, but again, it just comes down to that last challenge that they're never able to win. And Cloud9 break out, and Ghost find themselves too far up. This ball has tons of hang time in front. Ghost took forever to get back to it. They do come away with it in midfield this time, but that could have easily gone in Cloud9's favor.
Cloud9 took forever to go get it. Ghost was probably waiting, expecting Cloud9 to be right on top of it. Either way,
double-edged sword right there.
Lead still 1 as we approach 60 seconds, and Ghost gotten away with murder, but they've also missed a couple of great setup chances, and Squishy will just steal that away and continue to waste time. Cloud9, like you said earlier in this one, are content to just launch the ball back and forth across the field because they currently have the lead, and a nice bump, free ball, 2-0, and that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, eventually the egg cracks for Ghosts with 50 seconds left. That bump is what does it. Ghosts just, it's been tough to find room to work with all over the pitch, and the lockdown defense, and then the quick transition, the physical play. Cloud9 are outperforming Ghosts every step of the way. And do you expect any less from our world champions? Maybe you did after their week 1 performance against Splyce. But Cloud9 and league play, that's what they do, right? They usually have a very up and down league play, and at certain games where you're like, all right, this is the Cloud9 that we know and love. And I don't think that Illusion has really played that poorly in this series. He's been where he's needed to be most times. It's just the angles, the passing lanes haven't been there because again, like we mentioned, the Cloud9's defense.
But the final 15 gonna wind down, and still Cloud9 content to waste time. And Ghost just cannot get anything through. They'll deliver another one. Squishy will definitely finish this one off with 8 seconds left. And I agree with you, Jorby. This was the suffocating Cloud9 that you know they're capable of being. Game number 1, that was Cloud9's offense. That's the Cloud9 offense where they'll just beat you because they know exactly what you're going to do with the ball. And then they just win the next challenge and put the ball into the back of the net. Game number 2, much more back and forth. Cloud9's defense comes through big. And game number 3, Cloud9 choked a little bit on offense, could have won this game much sooner, but still, the only reason it wasn't closer is because they had to make a couple of great saves. You got to see all sides of Cloud9 here against Ghost.
And it really was fun to watch Cloud9. It's always fun to watch Cloud9. I still think, I stand by a lot of pro statements when they say, look, there is still something to this Ghost team. They're just not exactly at that. Cloud9, when they're playing at 100%, no one in North America can beat them. And again, on this next play right here, Cloud9 getting this one out, trying to find the challenge, and it's just a tee down. And again, the challenges by Cloud9 have been good. The transition is there, and that's where you see Ghost. All of them played up on that, trying to, when you make so many challenges in the attacking half of the field, and you're like, okay, well, that was neutralized. You want to be really quick and keep challenging that way. And then it's that one challenge you lose, and Cloud9 is ready for it, boom, down the field, and you pay for it. And that's really unfortunate for Ghost, but a lot of matches still left in North America. After a dominant performance from Cloud9, we got a couple more coming at you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
And welcome back to week 2 of the North American Rocket League Championship Series, Season 7, Cloud9 with the 3-0 sweep. Probably as expected there. That's the Cloud9 we were looking for.
That was, but I was a little disappointed. I wanted a little bit longer to catch up on my Spanish. The only thing I got to was no me gusta ghost. That's all I got. That's all I have from that.
You can't really fault Ghost. Cloud9 just played one heck of a banger of a series.
I can't blame them, though. They did not look good. Obviously, Cloud9 did things right, and they got back to form that we wanted to see. But Ghost did a lot of things wrong, so you can blame them, Achieves.
This looked like World Championship quality Cloud9 that we expected from week number 1. But yeah, Ghost extremely flat. They only had 2 goals, and Illusion again, not too much, but no one did anything on their team.
No one did
anything. It's like you can't really blame him because no one did anything. It was just complete suffocation by Cloud9 and just quality
prime example of that there. Obviously, Memory on the backboard. He can't do anything. You said, I think, Achieves, he had 2 boosts at that point.
Yeah.
But, like, it's the setup immediately after that, too. Like, he touched the ball and popped it straight up to go to the backboard, and then he just sits there and goes, yeah, I done goofed, guys. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah. Now, what is this? Is this just a matter of being out of position, or is it a matter of, being out of position?
Well, no, I don't think it's a matter of Ghost being out of position. It's a matter of Cloud9 always being in position, and capitalizing off of that. It's like, again, Ghost, yes, they didn't have the greatest clears, but you got to give credit where it's due. Cloud9 said, yeah, that wasn't the greatest clear, and they were always ready for it.
Well, this is the thing. We're used to Ghost playing a bit more defensively. Like, we're used to them being on that back end, but they weren't stopping a lot of these shots this time.
Yeah, 3 games, 8 goals against. And now Ghost, they're in the hole. They're 0-3 at this point, and the record's not looking good. But for Cloud9, that was big because once again, G2, they won in 5. Cloud9 gets another sweep, so that's big.
Guy we got to talk about, though, of course, on the field, there was Torment. I mean, we saw it in the last season. Torment has been moving up onto the offense a bit more, and it showed in this match, too.
Yeah, on the other side then as well with Chicago, the correct roster move showed up huge against that big rematch, or not even a rematch, but the grudge match, per se, for Novi, so... Looking good, Chicago.
That's going to be hard, actually, to pick between those two, between Chicago and Torment.
Man, Torment,
someone else has to really step up today, so we don't have to.
But Torment's lighting up. 8 goals in 6 games so far, and we'll say small sample size so far, but that's just because Cloud9's barely on the field because they're just dominating.
On the other side, too, you said Illusion was what, 1 of 9?
At the start of that series, he was 1 for 21 shots.
Okay, well, he had one goal in 9 games. Now he has 1 goal in 12 games, so ow.
Yeah, I'm just worried for any other teams not going up against C9 because, I mean, the more that they play, the stronger they look like they're getting. And, coming to those final weeks when they have to play the other big 3, that might be troublesome for G2 and NRG. But that's not the story right now. Right now, the story is Space Station Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. That's our next match of the day.
Yeah, going to be an exciting one. Obviously, I think a lot of us agree that this is kind of like that 4th, 5th place spot, especially after Space Station's Week 1 performance. And I still think Evil Geniuses has a lot to prove.
Oh, for sure. Like, again, when they played Rogue, it didn't look fantastic, but they got the job done at the end of the day. And that's like the one positive I have for EG, where they adapted in games 4 and 5, just completely shut out Rogue, while Space Station, on the flip side of that, they got reverse swept. So they didn't adapt in their series. We'll see if that plays a factor.
Well, Corrupted G had a banger of a series last week because he was involved in 11 out of 15 goals for Evil Geniuses. Again, if he has a great series today, I think they stand a good chance against Space Station because, again, like you said, Space Station got reverse swept. It did all come down to that shooting accuracy. Sipical, the guy who was popping off in the rival series, had I think 10% shooting percentage. So Sipical, put the ball in the back of the net, please.
So, I mean, for you guys, obviously, roster changes and stuff like that. We've got a brand new team. To you, who is the one player from each team we need to pay attention to? Because obviously, I do agree. Sipical is fantastic. Really solid player. And obviously, we're all going to talk Drippay, but I don't think it should be Drippay. I think it should be Corrupted G.
Corrupted G still, yeah. For me, it's Corrupted G.
The one player I want to see is Classics on the offensive end, just getting in the face of Space Station and forcing
That's what he's good
mistakes.
at.
So Corrupted G can score those goals that are just very simple for him. So if Classics is super aggressive and get in the face of Space Station and get them a little bit nervous, that could really help.
Well, we'll find out right now who it is to look out for, but let us know who you're watching on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS7. But it's time to head over to the Skybox for our 3rd match of the day.
Space Station Gaming taking on Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses 1-0 after last week, and SSG still hunting down that first victory here in Season 7, James.
Yeah, and just looking on Twitter, you could see the disappointment from Space Station. They felt like they let a lot of people down, let their fans down by allowing G2 to get back into that series and eventually winning that series. So Space Station, they looked fantastic. They just struggled to close it out. And now EG, like Lawler was saying, this is a battle for that top 4 position. And, I think, this could be that deciding series that we have in a season that can really start solidifying that position.
Last week, we saw EG struggle. We saw that match was crazy. It was strange. It was bizarre. A lot of weird things happened. Now they have a chance to set things straight. Like, this is the sort of way we like to play. Corrupted G did pretty well. Classics had his moments. Drippay even had his moments, but they didn't play well as a team.
Well, I thought they did play pretty well.
You think so?
I think so. I think that, the thing that I love about EG is the fact that they're always using teamwork to their advantage, whereas it's similarly to Splyce. A team like Cloud9, so good individually. I think EG is a team that uses bumps, uses demos, and uses communication to really play effectively. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking for, especially is that physical game.
Yeah.
To see if that comes into play.
The bumps and demos last week were absolutely wonderful. So in that regard of team play, EG was definitely there. And it's something that Space Station needs to watch out for, and it's something for our viewers to watch at home. Watch for EG getting up in Space Station's face. We'll see if Space Station has a way to deal with it. So we get game number way. Number one.
Oh,
number way under one. Yes, let's get number one underway here with Space Station in the orange, Evil Geniuses in the blue. On DFH, AXB up early on, looking for the shot, doesn't find it. Cynical puts it off the crossbar and down. Classics over to the side as Sathu comes in for the follow-up, back out to a teammate. AXB with another shot, and Corrupted G can't quite get there. Fast action from Space Station.
Yeah, it's just extreme pressure immediately out of the gate. And, after that first crossbar hit, I could just feel Gibbs saying, Space Station really needs to start hitting their shots. They're always hitting this crossbar, and then the immediate follow-up, AXB getting the goal. So a strong start.
They didn't get punished too heavily for the hit on the crossbar there, as they've managed to find the goal. So things will stabilize. Demolition from AXB. Typical drops it underneath one. Classics now in as Sathu will look into the midfield. His teammate rotated out of the front area of the box. AXB will not be there for the follow-up shot as Corrupted G now beating him in the backfield all the way into the corner with Classics in the midfield to work with. Drip A will rotate in. The challenge goes very neutral, and Sathu will win it through the front line and all the way back into the blue corner.
Oh, and now a side flip there from Corrupted G. This could set up a counterattack here for Sipical if he can get the double, but he didn't.
Classics with a nice clear. Sathu drops this down. It'll be Corrupted G over towards Classics looking for another shot as nobody is actually set up in net to deal with it, but Classics was not able to find the ball. It'll be Sipical versus Drip A. The ball pops out to midfield. Classics now into the mid, looking for Corrupted G. AXB gets a pass from Sathu, challenging AXB, looking for a shot, but the ball stays nice and high on the backboard. Sipical will rotate in to drop another one into the box. This one's met by Drip A up by the ceiling corner.
Yeah, and Sathu, even on those previous attacks, he was just going for those bumps on the defenders, making them take different paths to the ball, so that was what was making it awkward for him. So, if you're looking at physicality, I'd give that check mark over to Space Station Gaming, at least for the start of this one.
Now we see Classics looking for demos, but not finding any on that drive, and now Space Station back down again. AXB finds a shot, but it's just a bit wide. This ball will be loose all the way back to the orange half. Sipical waits for it, beats Corrupted G, and finds a long shot. No way. This one was on target and 2-0 lead now for Space Station.
Yeah, this one, a little bit of a strange goal here. You see the pinch, actually, between Corrupted G and Sipical. You don't see many goals like that. That was a strange one.
It's about as long of a goal as you could possibly have, too.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate for EG, but if you're a Space Station Gaming fan, you'll take them.
Corrupted G challenging following kickoff. Drip A keeps this one in the orange. Pass Sipical now. AXB on the wall will take it away and then beats Classics as well. Corrupted G will stall out play for a bit and then win another challenge. AXB demolished in the backfield. Classics comes flying in, looking for Corrupted G on the side, finds the shot, crossbar and down. It's a bit loose. Can Sipical get there? No, it'll be Drip A to put it in, and Evil Geniuses is on the board.
And that was their first shot here, was the shot from Corrupted G. And again, crossbar, but look at Classics just taking out that player on the goal line. Drip A coming in to finish this one up, but that was back, multiple demos in a short period of time for Classics. And some good, a good response from EG getting back into this one.
Yeah, wait for Classics to find Corrupted G on the far side. Not an easy pass play and not an easy shot for Corrupted G, but they managed to convert it on the rebound. And now a one-goal game crossing halftime.
And one thing that it seems like is going to be a certainty in EG series is that there will be a lot of demos on both sides of the ball. Although right there, a little bit of confusion. Classics and Drip A both going for that one.
Well, the shot was on target, and Space Station is forced to fall back and play defense. The double commitment won't be punishable. Corrupted G taking that one away from Classics. The ball stays in the blue here as Sathu now onto the backboard looking for Sipical. Drip A will add some speed to it, gets it all the way to the corner. The damage a bit done here is AXB in the midfield, trying to win challenges. It pops up high. Classics is there first. Another demolition, and this one will be Sipical off the backboard to get it away. Corrupted G tries. AXB shuts him down in the midfield. Stripping now with the dribbles, past one, can't get it past two as Sipical puts it back out to midfield, and Corrupted G, all he can do is stall it. Now 2v1, Sipical out to Sathu, the fake will go in. and that's a 3-goal game.
You know, how intentional was this? Well, we'll take another look at it. But this was a 2v1 situation, which is going to be difficult regardless. And you see Classics trying to block the shot from Sathu. But Sipical, he'll get credit for it because both of them just miss. So, I mean, that was either a 200 IQ play for Sathu or a fortunate whiff.
I'll give him the 200 IQ play.
Either way, Space Station Gaming, it was a fantastic opportunity being 2v1 anyway. And they convert.
This one looking good as Classics moving up. Corrupted G on the far side, and now Drippe on the other side as well. Solid offensive push there. Sent away by the defense. Space Station holds on. AXB now all the way down. Classics out of the corner. Corrupted G demolishing Sipical. Sathu takes up. Here comes AXB a little bit too far up. That'll leave Sipical in the back. Can he play defense by himself? Classics breaks his axle, sends it in, and a 1-goal game again.
Now with just about a minute left on the clock, and you could see a bump there of Classics on AXB and then just forcing it through. Just a brute force hustle play from Classics. And just under a minute left, EG able to bring this one back in.
50 seconds remaining. Sathu leaves it for Sipical. A carry over the top of one. Can Drippe make this one out? And it's off the post, but then can they come on in? Oh, no boost was there for Space Station. Sathu tried to scream on in and keep that lead back up to 2, but it doesn't happen. It's Sipical now. Into the corner, AXB lurked in front of the box. He's got 2 players to deal with. Neither one gonna make contact. Drippe will send it away. Corrupted G pick up boost, but kind of occupies the corner. Makes the play confusing as Evil Genius is looking to tie up the game with 23 seconds remaining. Sathu comes in, drops it into the box. An excellent setup, a difficult shot.
Yeah.
Another 2-goal margin.
And I just love seeing the hustle from AXB. Not only did he get the 50-50 win at midfield, but he chases the ball down, gets that ball out into the middle for Sathu, all while trying to get in the defender's way. All around, a great play from AXB.
Drippe now to the corner. 17 seconds left. Corrupted G needs to hit the shot, and it won't happen. AXB gets a nice lofter all the way down. Classics behind 1, but with 10 seconds left, the time is just not there for Evil Geniuses in game number 1. Sathu will put one more on target and in to be the nail in the coffin. Space Station Gaming start this series off right.
And you know, there's awards being given out. It's cash, you know, Golden Striker. So these teams are going to put every opportunity to get a goal, every opportunity they can, they're going to try to put it in. Sathu doing just that, and Space Station just dominating in game 1.
Absolutely, and the ball will touch, and it will be Space Station with a win here. The beginning of our best of 5. Looking to actually keep this one alive. They're doing a good job keeping it away from the ground. Classics keeping it up as well. Respecting the golden rule of Rocket League. Sathu now over to Sipical. Can they get this shot all the way down? Put one more in. AXB back out. It won't happen this time. Space Station take the win there. And I agree with one of your points. You're bringing up AXB. It was one of the things I was most impressed with this roster last week was AXB's ability to control the midfield and get the ball to his teammates. He wasn't necessarily the one doing all the scoring, but he was assisting his team in a very instrumental fashion, and he continues that here in week number 2.
Yeah, and that can't go understated. You see here he does have 2 assists. You know, only 3 out of the 5 goals assisted for Space Station, but AXB, he is one of those players that can make a difference just from always taking good challenges. And it was something that we talked about a lot with Fireburner in the past. You know, we say 50-50s aren't 50-50s for Fireburner, they're 90-10s because he's so good at winning them. And AXB, he was just embodying that in the midfield. And even in the last goal that we saw with Sathu, just the hustle, winning the challenge, chasing the ball down, knowing when you shouldn't turn and get out and try to get some more boost. He stuck with it, got that ball out to Sathu, and it was another easy goal for Space Station. So, you know, AXB fitting in his role quite nicely, and Space Station comfortably taking game 1.
Absolutely. They were able to put up 9 shots against Evil Geniuses, and Gibbs was talking about this on the desk. This was an issue we saw G2 facing of just allowing too many shots in this situation. The scoreboard also reflects that. Right now, Evil Geniuses has got to find a way to get the ball down and score. They had a few good drives there, but it just was not enough. The defense is not bailing them out. They've got to be stronger on the offense.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen, or like even in that game, it took them a long time to even register 1 shot on goal. The first shot that we saw them even have on the score sheet was the one that Corrupted G hit the crossbar, and Drippe finished it off after the Classics demo. So we will definitely need to see more offensive firepower from EG, and we'll see if their strategy changes up You know, they do rely on demos quite a bit on the offense to help get them those opportunities to score.
Classics on his own backboard. Carried out to midfield. Now Corrupted G. Trying to make contact. It'll be AXB who's got it all the way back down. Taps it across the box. It's a bit high. Across the field to Sipical. No contact made. Corrupted G will carry it out. AXB now in the corner again, underneath the offense. This one going towards the box, a bit high. Sipical will carry it to the corner once more, but Corrupted G comes in and Classics lurks in the midfield looking for opportunity. Sathu gets it away. Drippe's got him red. Classics still there. As he pushed up far, this one taken away, but a rough touch from Sathu sends it back into his own corner. AXB will be able to try and get it back to midfield, but Classics has an answer. A demolition, nobody home. Drippe should be able to tap this one in, and Evil Geniuses score first in game 2.
And I mean, talking about relying on the demos, the same thing happening right here. Corrupted G, that was just a perfect demo. You got to ask, where the heck was Sathu? You know, and AXB, where were they? They were just so far out of the play. That demo from Corrupted G just locking in that goal for EG.
Now Space Station Gaming needing to find a response. As AXB lofts this one, Sipical's up at Classics. Nearly had him beat. Sathu comes in, Corrupted G wins the challenge, but AXB now back to Sipical. Can Sipical find AXB back up on the field, looking for the shot? A great 1-2-1 and go to tie the game.
AXB, we were talking about his passing, but let's take a look at his shooting as well. Yeah. Setting, and this was just a beautiful give and go. I mean, look at that. That is textbook passing. AXB allowing himself to get into that shooting position from his first touch over to Sipical. So well done by Space Station Gaming, getting back into it. And those are the plays that you love seeing. I mean, I enjoy watching the EG plays, but the passing plays like that, just so gorgeous to watch.
Classics Corrupted G getting this one out after a scary kickoff attempt from Space Station. Sipical now up to Sathu. He's got AXB in the midfield, looks for him, but Drippe breaks up the pass. Corrupted G carrying this one along to the wall. Sathu and Sipical, neither one wanting to challenge. Sathu eventually goes and wins. It'll be Drippe now who puts it back to midfield, and here comes the challenge from Sipical. Back over to AXB again, off the ceiling. Can anybody challenge? No one feels comfortable going for it. Corrupted G will get it away, but now Sipical maybe looking for Sathu. Gets bumped a little bit by Corrupted G, and Drippe's got a long booming clear all the way to the orange. It'll be AXB who picks this one up and dribbles it back to midfield.
Good challenge.
Classics tries by himself. It'll be Sathu trying to get it past Drippe. It'll be AXB now. Just back and forth from both sides, alternating contact. Neither one really getting advantage, but Drippe with the miss. Sipical will put it in. He just put it onto the backboard, and the Aussie couldn't find it.
Yeah, this was, you know, a must-save situation for Drippe. He had to read that. You know, he might have been able to wait for the bounce instead of pre-jumping it like that, but, you know, he just really wanted to get up there quickly just in case somebody was going to be coming in hot. Misread it, and that's going to be an easy put-in for Space Station.
Evil Genius is not finding any rotation to come back and support him. There's a lot of alternating contact, but it was all happening in front of the orange box. Now here comes Corrupted G to find one following the kickoff. A nice setup from Classics. The defense couldn't manage to win any challenges. They tie the game.
Yeah, Sipical got a little caught out in no man's land. He had come out of net just a little bit too much, and the resulting bounce left him in a spot where he couldn't really deal with it. And Corrupted G just comes in, cleans up the rebound, and it's shaping up to be a bit of a slugfest.
Yeah, back and forth. Neither team finding the defense right now. Drippe out of his own corner. Up to Sipical, and now back in the midfield. Sathu airborne. No one really challenging well. An excellently placed shot from Sathu, but Drippe's got another follow from AXB, defended by Corrupted G, and it'll be Classics to put it back into the midfield to Corrupted. Back into the orange, trying to challenge and press their advantage. Sipical finds one, and Sathu finds the other. The ball will neutralize. It's Corrupted G winning one challenge on the wall. Sipical back out towards Sathu. Classics has him beat on the aerial challenge. Drippe now moving up. Classics looking for the bumps. Finds Sipical. Doesn't clear him very well, and Drippe couldn't get it into the box. Corrupted G now onto the corner. The wall. With 1:45 left to go, a tie game at 2 goals apiece in game number 2. After Space Station took the first one, Evil Geniuses have looked significantly better here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Classics in the midfield, his challenges have been a lot better, more meaningful and effective, getting these 50-50 wins, helping his team put on a press. But we're still neck and neck.
AXB out. Sipical airborne as well. Classics gets it away. Corrupted G, a nice pop to get it over the top of Sathu. AXB now up, no one pressing him. G in the back with 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Sipical looks to get the backwards play over one. A nice turnaround and play towards the goal. Beats Classics as well, and it's all open for Sathu. Sends the shot high. Sipical tries to shut it down, but can't. Now Drippe on the breakaway down the field. He looks for the goal. He doesn't find AXB, and he will be able to bail Space Station out. What an opportunity that's come and gone.
Yeah, Sathu's kicking himself for that one. That was the perfect setup after a really mechanically gifted play there on that reverse jump into air dribble. And it looked like Sathu was going to be able to sink that shot. He just couldn't find his accuracy.
Drippe bumped off control. AXB now onto the backboard. Sathu airborne, and with Sipical behind to try and play cleanup. He's now airborne for it as well. Finds the dump into the box, but couldn't get it underneath the crossbar. Now Classics back down the field again. AXB over one, over two, into the corner, looking for a follow-up touch. Gets it out to his teammate. Sathu's airborne over the top of Corrupted G. It's going to need one more, though, and Classics gets it off to the side. Now Sipical up. Drippe gets it away from him. 13 seconds remaining. Still a tie game as Classics goes for the carry down, and Drippe and Corrupted G press up to midfield. Drippe can't find contact. AXB slows this down, looking maybe to play for regulation, but now the beat past one. Might as well go for it. He and Sathu up at enemy territory, and it'll be Classics to send it away. Overtime in game number 2.
Yeah, and you know, you've got to wonder if how long EG can hold off. Space Station has had good opportunities. They've had good pressure. EG, not so much. But all it takes is one counterattacking opportunity or one mistake, and it could be over.
Sipical to Sathu, countered by Classics. Sipical again, the dump to Corrupted G. AXB now up on the wall. Corrupted going toe-to-toe with him. Back out to midfield. Sathu will play it away from Evil Geniuses. Down to the corner, Drippe's got this one, and it'll be Classics up looking for his teammate. Back down to him, looking for the pass into the midfield. Corrupted G comes up, but is a little bit far back, and the pass is far forward. No contact going to happen. AXB's up. Towards the backboard. Drippe sends this down, and it'll be Sipical onto the wall. Classics with the read on the contact. Drops it right back to Sipical, who flicks it over the top of Corrupted G. A back-and-forth affair, both teams with opportunities. But nothing really in the box yet. No meaningful scoring opportunities in overtime here of game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Classics had overextended there, but used it to his advantage by getting a demo on an unsuspecting player. But still, Space Station Gaming has been cool under this pressure, and now they have a chance on the counter.
Corrupted G now back out. Ball stays at midfield past the 1 minute mark. Corrupted G past one, AXB up. Sipical across the field.
Excellent defense.
Stop to the side. Sipical had it red. Now back in the middle. Sathu's airborne. Corrupted G will have this. Gets it back to Classics in the midfield, but AXB wins the challenge again. AXB's midfield play continuing to benefit Space Station. Classics, no contact. Corrupted G has to play neutral. Now back to Drippe, but Sipical's got him this time. Now back out to Sathu. This one lofted. AXB moves in quickly to try and see if he can find the winning shot. It's back into the box once more. Sathu doesn't find it, but that baits Classics up. Sipical sends it in, and that's Space Station with 2 games under their belt, 1 away from the sweep.
And this was just extended pressure. You see Classics just 18 boosts in the tank, not much to deal with. Drippe, the last one on the line, and the extended pressure from Space Station, too much for EG.
I love the positioning from Sipical. It's something we wouldn't normally see in overtime. 3 players that far up, making them, that they miss, it can be an easy breakaway. But here's the thing, Evil Geniuses, multiple time in the final minutes of regulation and moving into overtime, had situations where they were pinned in their box, the shots goes just wide, and they have this easy breakaway down the field that they are not able to convert into a goal. And I feel like Space Station, understanding we're not, the breakaway has not been a threat. We have not been scored on a breakaway just yet. Let's pressure them, bait Classics in the air, find the shot on the quick follow-up as Drippe has to cover the near post. No, it wins them the game.
Yeah, I mean, there was even a counterattack chance at the end there with Classics finding Drippe, and Drippe wasn't able to put much behind the ball. So you're right, the EG attack pretty one-dimensional, and Space Station has been handling that quite well, whereas Space Station, they have just been, you know, controlling the tempo, controlling the pace. We saw the give and go play.
Yeah, that was so good.
That was, yeah, excellent passing and just all around Space Station just a little bit quicker to the ball than EG. The things that are going well for EG is that still the demos have been working out for them, at least to get some goals, but they're not getting the wins, right?
Yeah,
so is it really enough?
It's like the demos are there, the bumps are there, but we've seen moments of, I forget which, I think it was Corrupted G, like going to the corner, sends the ball in, goes through, gets a bump on Sypical, and the follow-up from Drippe just can't get the ball in front of the box. Like there was no, they couldn't manage to set it up to score when they are getting the bumps. So bits and pieces there, but not the whole package right now.
We will need to see more from EG on the offensive side, certainly.
Sypical and AXB, double advance. Sypical setting this one up. Classics to clear it away. A one challenge, Corrupted G at midfield will send it to the far orange side. Now over the top of Drippe, back across and into the blue. AXB onto the backboard. Sathu up, but Drippe will get it away. Sypical comes back in onto the backboard once more. It's been all Space Station so far in game number 3.
And you know, if Space Station drops this game, you know, then they might start hearing some demons, because they'd be in the exact same situation last week with G2, where if they lose that game 4, then it would start getting very precarious. So now that if they close this out, I think this would be redemption for them from last week, dropping that reverse sweep to G2.
And a massive confidence booster from the team that we have always said is just outside the big 3. To come in as a promoted team and manage to sweep them would feel excellent. Gives some nice confidence moving into week number 3. Sathu and Sypical now looking to move out. Corrupted G bails on the challenge. Sathu's up. He's got AXB down in the midfield looking for Classics' contact. He'll move onto the wall, see if he can connect with a teammate here. So he dumps it back into the box. Corrupted G is soft touch, but AXB is right there. Sathu now back in. Sypical in the middle, looking for the connection. He finds it. Oh my goodness, there was defenders galore, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, you could see it. Classics and Corrupted G both expecting this. They both saw the lane, but Sypical was just too fast. Sathu, everyone on the field knew exactly what Sathu was trying to do and what Space Station was trying to do, and EG still could not stop them.
If you're able to pre-jump passes like that, there's not much a defender's going to be able to do. The Space Station Gaming have all they need here to get the sweep. A long midfield shot will tie it up, leaving them open there here in game 3.
Yeah, and you can see there, Corrupted G actually made AXB swerve a little bit by driving towards him, looking like he was going to come in for a bump. And that threw off AXB enough to where Drippe was able to get the angle on that dunk. So again, physical play helping out EG, and you know, a good response from them. But we're still not seeing a lot of incredible passing plays, but look at that snipe!
It's coming right back in. Classics gets the lead over for Evil Geniuses. Corrupted G puts some pressure on, and Sypical puts it into the corner. Classics finds the read on the far post. Excellent placement.
Yeah, AXB was sitting in net, but he was near post. He probably thought if he needed to, he could half flip into the save. But Classics just plastered the ball in far post. Just an excellently placed shot. No save in that one.
Just like that, we're back to the drawing board for Space Station. The pass play starting to come out for Evil Geniuses a bit more.
And you saw Drippe waiting in the middle for that. It was just Corrupted G needed to get a little less height and have that come out a little more into the mid. But the idea is there. They just need to work on that execution.
What challenge from Sathu. Sypical adjusting to pick it up afterwards. AXB now with a back pass. This one might be a little bit too high. It's Corrupted G now out. Sypical beating 2. Classics, the last man back. AXB gets it over the top of him. Corrupted G will rotate into goal behind. Sypical now set up in the midfield. Fall back as Classics gets all of this one. Keeps it up on the ceiling. Now Corrupted G in with another shot. Sypical will get it away. But the pressure starting to
love that from Sypical.
Beat it Drippe as well. Right here at halftime. AXB out. Sathu airborne from the side. Get it to the corner. Now Sypical turning back in.
Sypical doing a really good job as third man right now. Even that last play, not only did he get the save, but he passed it to himself to get the pop by a second defender. So taking, you know, a player out of the game as well as making the save, that was huge. So Space Station looking solid still despite being down.
AXB took a shot, it was a bit high. Now Sathu on the wall, maybe looking to pop it out to a teammate, gets it past 2. Here comes Sypical onto the wall, it goes. It'll be Sathu now, the back pass AXB, but Drippe getting up in his grill. Be able to get it away this time, but Drippe again So much chaos created in the orange half is now a pass back in on the blue side. Sathu looks for him, doesn't find it. Now Classics versus Corrupted G versus Sipical. Can the 2v1 go? No, Sipical gets off to the side, and Drippe not quite there. Would have been quite the commitment on offense with the lead. And respect them just keeping the pressure on.
That was the right idea from EG again, trying to go and have a player come in and clear out the net. But just solid defense, and Corrupted G, maybe, a chance to go for a double tap, but depending on how much boost, it might not have been feasible.
Drippe and Classics right on top of each other as Corrupted G lurks in the midfield, now moving into the corner. Sipical gets it past him in a drag race down. It'll be Drippe in the back who gets it away. Now off the ceiling. AXB a pop and follow. 1 minute remaining, down by 1. Sathu up 2, is just Classics in net, finds the shot, but Classics able to get up onto the crossbar and send it away. Now the pressure starting to build here from Sipical and company as AXB gets it onto the backboard. Corrupted G and Classics, a bit of a double commitment, leaving just Drippe and net. Sathu gets it over the top of 2, and Drippe, his contact goes onto the wall, but AXB's there. The pass into Sipical, the shot behind,
oh
and
my.
Classics gets the save. What a play to keep him with the lead.
Classics has been clutch in net. Now, Corrupted G with a wide open net. Oh my, Classics deserves all the credit though for EG keeping that ball out, but then a miss there from Sathu.
Yeah.
And that's all EG needed.
That was a rough touch, and that one, I think, keeps Evil Geniuses alive in the series. On the brink of elimination, on the brink of losing this one with 30 seconds left. Hey, there's a shot. Okay, maybe we're back to normal here. 30 seconds left. Still a window of opportunity for Space Station here.
Yeah, and that was just a nightmare bounce. You see Corrupted G, the ball in the air, coming backwards. Sipical has position to get there first. That's just the worst kickoff you can hope for. We'll see if Space Station, 30 seconds left, can come back and force overtime yet again.
One past Typical Classic with a shot. AXB gets it off the corner and out, keeping their hopes and dreams alive. And Corrupted G can't find that one. AXB wins another challenge. It's up to Classics as this ball is screaming into his own half. He pops it a bit behind. AXB looks for the read. Now out to Sathu. The bump from Drippe onto Sathu will maybe win them this game. As Drippe following it along, gets the pinch long ways down the field, but Sipical. Sathu thinks about it, but the field's front flip man maybe low on boost. Drops down to Sipical. He puts it in. What a positioning. The failure on to clear that one away from him sends us to overtime.
Drippe had such a better line on this ball, and Corrupted G, out of all the places on the field to hit the ball, that was the one spot that you cannot hit it. So just a massive mistake.
Literally on to Sipical's bumper. And after having a 2-goal lead with 30 seconds left, we are now in overtime. The Evil Geniuses, some disaster. Can they redeem this game and win the overtime? Classics past 1, now back in the middle. Corrupted G's moving up, but he's not in the air, and Sipical gets it past him. Drippe tries to play damage control and gets it back into the orange box. AXB, not a great touch. Drippe will drop another shot, but this one's soft enough that Sathu gets it past as Classics challenges, and now moving down the field with the dribble. Corrupted G neutralizes the contact back to the side, but AXB now back into the box, and it will be Classics to clear it away. Corrupted G now. Back in, Sathu onto the side, moving up. Drippe wins the challenge, but AXB already there. Classics winning another one.
Uh-oh.
Sipical up. Alongside Sathu. Drippe's challenge doesn't go anywhere. Classics in the corner, 2 players. He gets bumped open. AXB now to turn and try and set up Sipical. Here comes Sipical into the air. Now it's off the buzz. That's all 3 players out. Sathu just has to get it under the crossbar. Classics, what a recovery. Putting the team on his back, keeping them alive on the defense. As 3 players were out, he recovered in time.
That was Classics' 5th save. No one else on EG has a save. Classics has been doing well on defense. But right now, EG fighting for their series life.
Oh no, Drippe drops it on his head. So it back to Sipical and into the corner and out. The sweep for Space Station Gaming on Evil Geniuses. What a game.
Yeah, and again, infield passing. Sathu right on a platter for Sipical. Classics tried his best, but crossbar down. Space Station ended. They absolutely stole that game. EG, you've got to feel for him. That is a tough thing to do, to make a mistake like that in the final seconds and then to lose in overtime. You got to feel for Corrupted G, but Sipical, 4 goals for him. Sathu, a playmaker, 3 assists. Space Station having an incredible comeback.
Man, you know the team's playing well. When my favorite player in that game was AXB, and he didn't score a goal or get an assist. He was just constantly like, every time he went for the ball, I'm like, oh, I think he's got this one, and he wouldn't. He'd find his teammates, and then they'd manage to score goals. Color me impressed. That was Absolutely impressive performance from Space Station Gaming as they get a win over Evil Geniuses. Congratulations, Gibbs. You got that one right. We're going to move on with our day and take a quick break. But when we come back, NRG taking on Splyce. We'll see who can get the win here in week number 2.
Whose dog is this?
It's my special friend Antonio. His luxurious fur calms my nerves when I'm worried about moving into our new apartment.
Why don't we just ask Geico for help with renter's insurance?
Antonio, fetch computer.
See how much you could save on renter's insurance.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming. The first time I've seen it up on the board there. It looks pretty good. And that was a full sweep yet again.
Oh, it's so good to be right once in a while. I love it. It feels so good. But the 3-0, that 3-0 is huge. And also, Jorby picked Space Station. I'm just letting you know for the audience at home. But a 3-0 is huge for tiebreaker purposes later on, where we think both these teams are going to land right around the same area.
Yeah, they're finally able to land some of those shots. It was good to see.
Yeah, Typical strikes, and the Space Station squad secures a stellar series.
Oh my
They played really well.
I'm glad you don't have a lisp.
Yeah, we could try that again at a later time, but yeah, man, like they stepped up. I was worried, and we had more questions, I think, about EG than Space Station because they did give us a little bit to work with, but I understand why we had those questions about EG.
A lot of pressure coming out, and me and Jorby have a little conversation about Sathu where, like, I love his play. I love his aggression. He's a little bit unpolished. Like, 2 of the goals where Sathu just kind of whiffed, and it landed for Sipkel, who scored 8 goals in 3 games. Absolutely huge performance, but Sathu did step up here or there.
Yeah, I mean, Typical absolutely was the playmaker in this series, but the reason I like to give
this play, though, real quick, Corrupted G. How do you do that? Just let the ball die. That's the worst way to lose a series. For sure.
And it happened to EG a couple of times. Maybe they didn't give up the ball or pass it to the other team, but they weren't able to find challenges to break out of their own end. And I mean, give credit to Space Station. It was just a really good pressure all around.
And you can see we got a tweet from Sathu tweeting out his better performance than last week. Definitely got scary in Game 3 when we went down again, but we were dealing with less nerves, so that was good. GG's, Evil Geniuses, and good luck in your next series. Sathu has just been an incredible sport, I must say, too. He's been all over online on Twitter, Reddit, and that, just talking to people and giving information about the team and getting himself out there and talking about how they're working just to do their best they can.
Yeah, so far he's just loving being in the RLCS in that spotlight, but he's using it well, where he's going to Reddit, he's talking to the community to figure out like what they want or what's going on with the team. So it's really fun to see that insight from Sathu.
Yeah, having his interaction has been great. On the other side, you look at Evil Geniuses, I honestly think the only piece that was solidified there was Classics.
Yeah.
Great defense, good initiation on offense. You saw him going for a couple demos when he really shouldn't have. But other than that, like, he's the Rock, always has been.
Yeah, absolutely. And one guy we haven't even mentioned, AXB, who he received so many passes in that series that kept plays alive, and even on the transition to give Space Station more opportunities. And we saw the same Space Station team last week. It was the same pressure. The only difference was they couldn't score. This week they could score, and we saw what happens, what kind of team they can be when they do find the back of the net.
Yeah, it's great to see AXB in the RLCS, but also great to see Karma in the RLCS. And we're going to see her next with her team Splyce versus NRG. Wow, this is a doozy for Splyce.
Yeah, they've got an uphill battle here. I think we can all agree it's not going to be easy. Predictions show that as well, but there is potential. We saw what they could do against Cloud9, 3 overtimes in a row. Obviously, it was a sweep, doesn't tell the full story, but for me, it's their creative pass plays, I think, that does it the best.
And the best part is there's no pressure on Splyce right now. They got their big win versus Ghost. They're playing Energy. Everyone expects them to probably get 3-0'd here, so any wins here, like, it's just icing on the cake. But for NRG on the other side, we're seeing the Cloud9 team now get 2 3-0s back-to-back. So there is a little bit of pressure now on NRG to keep pace there.
And I think NRG can. I think one thing that they're really going to challenge Splyce on is pitch control and boost control. That's what Cloud9 did against Ghost Gaming earlier today, and you saw what happened to Ghost. They weren't able to do anything. I think Splyce are in a similar position here against NRG. This is a fast team. They'll challenge you on every inch of the pitch. It's going to be a difficult battle. I can't see a world where Splyce wins in this. Like you said, Lawler, their creative passing.
Leaf got to interview Karma. It looked like there was a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
It's a tough match.
They're feeling good. But much like Sathu, make sure you guys get on Twitter as well and join the action at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS7. But it is time now for Splyce versus NRG over in the Skybox with Wavepunk and JamesBot.
The North American Titan NRG taking on the underdogs Splyce, and we still have quite a few questions about Splyce coming out of last week where they went 1-1, and in my opinion, they could answer a lot of those questions if they were able to get a win here over NRG.
I mean, that would be a pretty spectacular win for them. I mean, NRG has not lost to a North American team in a while. NRG has just been absolutely dominant, so Splyce has a very large task ahead of them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, at NRG in the offseason played immaculately against the North American region. Can they keep it up here? As they continue to end week number 1. There was definitely some things left to be desired by NRG, but they managed to get the win nonetheless in the season opener. Now here in the blue against Splyce in the orange in a best of 5. Karma over the top of 1. Garrett G and Fireburner advancing up, but beaten by Dude with the nose. Now back to Jay Wisman. A nice pass play. Justin blocks this one and looks for the second. The follow-up. Karma up as well. Fireburner gets it away, and Justin now to clear it down the field. Is it possible he wins the drag race with Jay Wisman? It's not going to happen. So it's back over and away.
But I mean, that should have been a goal right there. You shoot it anywhere else on net, and it's going to be going in. But the shot was right at the defender. But still a smart setup from Karma. Great pass. They can get more of those opportunities. We'll see him sink into the back of the net, I'm sure.
Have some brilliant signs of life from Splyce. It's Fireburner up. A nice shot on the target. Dude with the nose gets up. Jay Wismont back out. Justin challenging as well. Garrett G thinks about it, but will allow the ball to fly over his head as Fireburner moves in, looking for Justin on the far side. Dropping it onto the backboard again. Jay Wiz will add some pace to this. Get it back over to midfield. As Nose Dude follows it. Garrett G keeping this one high. Justin now with control, looking for a goal against the defenders. Jay Wisman and in. Justin puts it up, and that's NRG in the lead.
I didn't think this was going to find the back of the net. Look at Justin getting the flip reset and past Jay Wiz, past Karma. That is the excellence you expect in the air from Justin. He delivered.
The rookie of all of Rocket League. Many seasons in now, definitely a veteran, but still in my mind, that's always who he'll be.
I mean, he solidified an area in our minds.
Yep.
In London, hitting that shot.
Backing it up with crazier stuff here against Splyce in the regular season. Justin now popping this one up. Maybe look to correct with Fireburner. The drop down and Fireburner's there. That's 2-0 now for NRG. So they're starting to hold on to game number 1.
And again, this was just a fantastic effort from Justin. Look at him, just freestyling over and then puts a perfect pass down to Fireburner for the goal. Justin having an amazing start for NRG.
Season 3 vibes with Fireburner. He made a name for himself in that season by just cleaning up whatever his teammates were giving him. And here, Justin doing all the work. Fireburner says, thank you very much. Puts it into the back of the net. Now moving up midfield, challenging Jay Wismont. He'll be looking to set up his teammates this time. The pass down towards Garrett G. It'll be Karma to get it away. Justin popping this one high before being demolished. Karma with the bumps on Garrett G. Jay Wismont puts it onto the backboard, but Nose Dude all the way in the back. It'll be the Fireburner pass out to Justin, sent away by Karma. Fireburner across again. Justin thinking about it. He'll look to extend this one towards the goal backwards. Garrett G up. Dude with the nose just leaves it. Now Karma and Dude pushing up. Jay Wismont in the middle. Justin the pass across. Garrett G's airborne into the corner. Fireburner out behind looking for the rebound.
Oh.
Players just missed though. Then it goes in.
That's a yikes for me, Wave.
This is not what you wanted to see. The shot up high, 2 defenders there. Neither one able to get a wheel onto it, and it's just into the goal. 3-0 now for NRG.
Yeah, that one just a complete defensive breakdown. That one should not have gone in. But still, NRG, they've been dominant even before that. But Splyce, that was a struggle for them.
Fireburner over the top of 1. Dude with the nose carries it out. Finds Karma and just dribble 1. Justin to change things. Fireburner sends one on target. Jay Wismont gets it away, but Fireburner now back in. Nobody Holmes. Dude with the nose moves into goal. Garrett G's shot is a bit high, and here comes Justin with the rebound. Karma wins the challenge and gets it back into the blue. Now moving up on offense for Splyce. Dude with the nose looking for the pass. Karma can't quite get contact, but here comes Jay Wismont. A pass back towards Dude. It'll be Fireburner who's there first. As Nose Dude falls back, respecting the veteran. Fireburner past 1 now, creating more space. Jay Wismont. It's the second time, a few whiffs here for Splyce as they seem to be just a little bit in their heads as they're driving past balls with no contest.
Yeah, I mean, this is they have made just a few complete misses despite starting out the game strong. They had that really good passing opportunity, but then since then, it has been a struggle for Splyce.
NRG staying aggressive. Dude with a nose pass 2 now, up against Justin. He's got him driving backwards 2, looks to pass it in. Justin can't quite get it away, but still does as Dude with a nose held on to it, didn't give it to any teammates. And Justin will carry it across his own net, and now holding it high in the air, looking to put it onto Garrett's hood. Final minute of game 1. It's Karma to the corner. Garrett G pass 2 and wrapping down. Dude with a nose comes flying in before Fireburner could find an opening. Finds the pass out to Jay Wismont, looks to give it back to Dude with a nose, but it's not going to happen, and he'll follow it. Justin now across the field.
And NRG, they're just so solid on the back line. Not really double committing, getting the good clears, finding each other on the outlet passing like that, finding Fireburner. Just all around, NRG just looking so solid.
Justin looking for Garrett G, but it's over the top of him now. Karma breaking down the field against Fireburner with 2 players in support. Fireburner gets the save back out to Justin, and the rest of Splyce backs off with 18 seconds remaining. The game all but over here as Fireburner will loft one more. Garrett G and Justin both up, and they'll tap it in for good measure. A 4-goal game for NRG as they start off hot.
Yeah, this was just a race to see who could get this goal. Karma in a tough spot, and she was close, but a great drop shot there by Garrett, putting it low under Karma. And that was just no chance for Karma to get the save.
And if you're Splyce in this situation, what do you do? At this point, game number 1 against one of the most dominant teams in North American history goes this badly.
You know,
you're driving past balls by yourself. Like, what is the first step?
You have to forget about this game in its entirety. Just put it out of your mind. It was a loss. That's all you look at it. It was just a loss, but there's still more games in this series. Just get that out of your mind. And they did have some moments that were decent. At least they started out relatively strong, but they did just have a few of those plays where they just missed the ball.
Yeah, Splyce puts up 8 shots to NRG's 9. Didn't feel like it was that even, and I feel like many of those came on that first drive, but still, the quality of those shots just not quite there. As you can see here comes Justin, the shot across to Garrett G. And then
this is the miss.
What happens? You know,
Karma misses. Jay Wiz was surprised, you know, and it's just that had to be Karma hitting this ball.
Well, and
I mean, to be fair, Garrett did get a pretty strong hit, but still, that is just you can't afford to make that miss.
And Jay Wismont's repositioning there as he turns back into his own goal. At the point when Karma missed, he was facing directly backwards into his goal, and it's like you have to do so much just to get into the position where you can save it.
It was totally like not on Jay Wiz there. You know, Karma was near post. You have to make that hit.
But that is the purpose of rotation, is that when my teammates make mistakes, I'm there to support them. You know, and so there was that, and then the goal immediately, or the kickoff immediately following, we saw them just driving past balls. And at this point, I agree with you. I think you need to like stand up, throw some water in your face, get away from being like, that was not who we are. Let's change it here in game 2. We got a fresh start.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter if you lose a close game that goes to overtime or you lose like Splyce just did. It's just 1-game loss, 5-game series. Focus on getting these next ones.
Game 2 moving on to Aquadome. Fireburner over to the side. Jay Wismont. Solid contact down the field. Garrett G puts it right back. Now following this one, wins against Karma now towards the box and finds the shot. Are you kidding me? Off the ceiling, he passes it to himself.
And oh my Garrett moment, look at this. 40 boost, gets the challenge, and saved his boost to go after that. So just a perfect 50-50. Garrett follows it up, 10 seconds in, getting NRG the goal. He is so fast and just such an amazing player. Garrett G making his mark. Last game it was Justin first thing, and now it was Garrett.
That means the game 3 needs to be Fireburner, right? Complete.
No, or Justin again. You know who? It's anyone on this team can just step up.
Jay Wismont sends this one high. Karma looks for it, but can't find the shot. Garrett G will follow this, get it past Jay Wiz. Fireburner moving out. Dude with a nose will dump it into the corner. Karma thinks about playing in the midfield, but respecting Justin's challenge game. Now looking for Dude. It'll be Fireburner to clear it away as he looked for the crazy shot. Jay Wismont now out of his own corner. Keeping it on his hood. Garrett will take it from him. Dude with the nose. Lofting this high. Justin looking for Garrett on the far side. Garrett's up for it, looking to give it back to his teammate. Gets challenged by Karma and Jay Wiz, both up as they move down the field. Fireburner in the corner. The extension from Justin onto the side. miss in the midfield. Fireburner able to find his teammate up in the corner. Justin just leaves it. Fireburner now crashing in, still wins the challenge against Dude. Here comes Garrett G onto the backboard once more. Jay Wismont will carry it away.
Yeah, Justin left that ball because he thought Karma was going to get the hit there. It surprised him that Karma didn't get the touch, so he was out of position. Had he expected the miss or played the miss, that could have been a dangerous moment there for Splyce. But fortunately for them, they're still only down by 1.
Fireburner had an excellent setup about 15 seconds ago. His teammates weren't able to make use of it. Which leaves Splyce now back up on offense. Karma looking for demolitions, didn't find anything. Fireburner now over the top of 1. Pass 2. Karma lofts this one high, and Justin maybe with the read. Here he comes. Nobody to pick up that ball on the far side. Garrett G will neutralize Jay Wismont's contact. Fireburner now with boost to work with. Past Karma, looking for the goal by himself all the way into the corner. And there's the solo goal from all 3.
That Fireburner with just a touch. You see how he boosts through the ball to keep his momentum and actually air rolls into it, flipping to get just that little extra bit of power on the ball. So Fireburner getting a piece of the pie as well. And NRG, they are still looking incredibly deadly.
Brilliant performance so far. Karma onto the wall, beats 1. Fireburner up on the loose play. Justin looking for the goalie. Now maybe looking for the shot himself. Dude with the nose just having to sit and watch. As Fireburner comes up, no contact made. Jay Wismont and Karma, the pinch goal all the way down and in. They find the accuracy there from their own half and get on the board.
And this was a key goal to help Splyce stabilize the hustle. And then the pinch goal, you see it, that was perfectly executed. You don't see a lot of success with plays like that. Normally you use them just to get clears. You don't very often see those get goals. So Jay Wiz and Karma connecting with that pinch goal. That was a big play.
We said the first step was to just forget about game number 1. I feel like the second step is just to start pulling out all the stops. Go for crazy stuff like pinch goals. Do what you need to do to get back into this game, because right now it does feel like NRG is outclassing you in every way. Justin now dropping this one down. Here's Garrett G on the shot, past Karma, and another 2-goal game as NRG continues their dominance.
And as soon as Splyce gets on the board, an immediate answer. You could just see Garrett just waiting in the middle. Justin comes barreling in and slaps it off the backboard. Garrett G was waiting. He was sitting there. Justin's probably like, hey, Garrett, just stay in the middle. I'll get it to you. Just hang on.
The fact that he could just scream in like that through the air and drop it so softly and perfectly for Garrett. Incredible plays.
And this is just the type of NRG that, you wonder who can stop them, who can stand in their way. It seems like only Cloud9 and maybe G2.
As Karma tries, but couldn't get it around the post. Do with the nose onto the backboard, and Justin's airborne just to carry it just high enough. Added just enough altitude to that to get it past Jay Wismont. And now Garrett G opening up the window here. Fireburner's shot is a bit high. Do with the nose will look to dribble it out, but Justin's got him beat. It's Jay Wismont back out. Karma airborne to extend this. Gets it past Fireburners. Do with the nose moves up the midfield. Justin now. Pass 2. Jay Wismont all the way down the field will have to get it away as he gets it off the wall. Back out into the middle. 1:20 left to go. Down by 2 still possible, but Fireburner absolutely brutalizing those Axles on the other team. Fireburner tries to pass it back. Here comes Justin versus Karma. The shot over the top and in. 4-1 for NRG, and it just feels like a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, Justin's just so fast here. Karma coming in a little bit too early. She wanted to go challenge the ball, but her teammate got in the way. She had to turn out. And then Justin was just in a position to punish that overcommitment there.
And this is, if you're a North American team in the RLCS who's just watching this series, this has to be terrifying, because it looks like, oh, there's a blowout series. This seems like NRG is playing really well, but it's not like one player is having this crazy dynamite game.
Everyone.
Everybody is playing well right now.
But I mean, if you ask me who the scariest looking player is, right now Justin has just been out of his mind. Like, even really difficult reads on defense to prevent the Splyce attack, getting the passes out into the middle, hitting his shots, got the flip reset goal earlier. Justin is such a weapon.
The setup for Garrett there on the last goal. These guys, in moments like this, you start to wonder, like, who can stop them? It's 30 seconds remaining. Jay Wismont set it up. A 3-goal game. Definitely technically possible, but I think right now NRG has Splyce's number. And again, Splyce faced with the task of having to reset a second time in the series. and now faced with the task of reverse sweeping NRG, things are looking wonderful for the Titan in North America.
Absolutely. Even there, Justin cutting out that pass, getting it over to Garrett, and Garrett! That's a hat trick for him.
Insult to injury. They keep piling them on. It's Garrett G. Look at that. Just up and flipping.
Styling.
Saying, hey, you're done, by the way. We have this series. You come into my house. Right now, NRG, we had a few questions about them after last week. So far in games 1 and 2, they have answered all of them.
Absolutely. They are impressive right now. I mean, Splyce, Splyce is a team that, was getting by on relying heavily on the team plays, trying to play that solid fundamental game of Rocket League. But you're going up against an NRG team whose fundamentals are even stronger. And on top of that, they have the ability to make those solo plays.
And to understand where each other are, there was the solo plays, there were the pass plays, they had everything they needed. There was nothing we didn't see. This was just a masterclass on how to score at the top level of Rocket League from NRG here in Game 2. And I just don't know. I'm literally at a loss for what Splyce can do. They are getting outclassed in this moment. Like holding onto the ball, they're losing control. Passing the ball, they're getting intercepted. Just trying to punt the ball maybe, just hope for some mistakes. They're not making any. What does Splyce do in this moment?
It seems like there might not be any answers. For a team like Splyce, the one goal that they got was that pinch goal. But NRG, you just, on paper, you're looking at these guys. I mean, you just isolate the players and look at them individually. Garrett, Justin, Fireburner, all of them are just playing so well right now. And then as a unit, even better.
And even like you look at score is just an indicator of how much ball control there is. The lowest player in NRG has 100 more than the top player in Splyce there in Game 2. They're doing so much right now. They are playing so much. They are controlling this game. And right now, demos might be the best answer for Splyce at this point. Just try and remove them from the field if you can find them. But then you're committing a player to not playing on defense, to being kind of out of the rotation for a moment. Don't know if it can work. We'll see what they're able to pull out here in Game 3 with their backs against the wall.
And I mean, even just looking at the mistakes, Splyce has made, quite a few mistakes on the defensive side of the ball, even on the offensive side. And NRG, it's been very minimal. They're just playing really clean.
Karma finds Jay-Wiz. Justin takes it right off his hood, and Fireburner bumping Jay-Wizman on the rotation, now looking for the shot. Stu with the nose comes off the wall, gets it away. Now Garrett G looking to tap it by himself. Jay-Wizman with an excellent block, and Do with the nose quickly turns. Aggressive play for Splyce coming off defense. Neutral contact with Do with the nose. Jay-Wizman maybe trying to help set this up for Karma. So keeping the ball in the blue corner. Now Justin, Garrett G able to move this one out. Garrett G actually driving past the ball for a moment there. Jay-Wizman will take advantage of it. Gets it past him, and now dumping it onto the hood of Karma, who's got Do with the nose to work with. A flick past one. Garrett G gets it nice and high, lofted into the corner. Jay-Wiz was there. Now Justin over the top of two. Karma to the side. Do with the nose of demolition onto Garrett G, and now looking for Karma as Fireburner gets it away. Justin will have control. 3:50 left to go as Justin takes it down the field. Can't quite get it into the goal, though. Garrett G now backing up, waiting for a player to come in. There was Karma. Slowing this down, a flick pass to Jay-Wizman in net will make the save.
And we have seen some demos coming out. And now that one almost finding it. And the save from Jay-Wiz.
Fireburner turned to take the shot. So far, the defense has been there for Splyce. They've made use of all three players, really working together, not double committing, making sure that they're making the stops when they need to. At least one of the three players is making the contact to neutralize the goal-scoring opportunities for NRG. And now, approaching the 3-minute mark, this is the best we've seen Splyce do at keeping the ball out of their own net. Definitely something that they can start to build a comeback on.
Now, multiple saves from Jay-Wiz in particular. So Splyce keeping this one close, but can they get past this pesky NRG defense that has been so solid all series long?
Scoring first would significantly help swing momentum back in their favor. I think it managed to get the lead. Stu with the nose across the field, has teammates to work with, but Fireburner's up first. And now back down, Karma looking for the goal. Justin can't. Oh my goodness, Justin to Do with the nose. They collide. The ball comes back out to midfield. A great opportunity, the best opportunity from Karma and company, but then they bump into each other, too excited to try and capitalize, and Do with the nose demolishing his own box. Fireburner comes out.
And I was just going to point out how Karma had such a good bump on an NRG player, but then she accidentally bumped her own teammate. Just a little too hungry to get involved in the play.
NRG's defense holding on right now, but Karma and company starting to make them sweat and getting many fewer opportunities than in the previous 2 games. So a lot of the mistakes are going to be figured out, but here comes Justin with a fake underneath Karma. Can they tuck it in? No, Jay Wismont gets it away again. On the goal line, Jay Wismont is making the plays as Garrett G. Another shot towards the goal. Karma gets this one out. Justin will leave it. Here comes Fireburner. Up to Garrett once more. Bobbing it back down. This one fast, but Jay Wismont still gets a bumper on it to break up the pass. But now Justin onto the backboard again. Dude with the nose to send it away. And Karma and the Splyce is holding on right now.
But for how long? I mean, even that shot from Garrett, he was able to bounce it off the ceiling, and now the pass over to Justin. That's it. NRG finally getting on the board.
How long, you asked? Well, just a few more seconds. As Karma tries, and it took a 3-man play to make that happen.
Well, look at how quickly Justin got up in the air. He was on the ground for just a split second before immediately jumping and getting back up there. And to get contact on the ball and score it, Justin is just absolutely insane when it comes to mechanics.
I've been very impressed with Jay Wismont on defense, even on that challenge coming into kickoff. Gets it all the way back to midfield, but Garrett G now off the post. Dude with the nose, not quite there. The ball's still wide. As Karma now back out, Dude with the nose, and Jay Wismont looking for the shot downtown. It'll be Fireburner to send it away. Another good scoring opportunity, a great aggressive play to force Fireburner to fly back into net, but it's not enough. 1 minute remaining. Splyce still not able to find a goal here in game number 3. 50 seconds away from being swept by NRG. The wall, Karma back out to Dude with the nose. Fireburner intercepts. Jay Wismont back out. Karma moving up the field. Aggressively, Justin will shut this down. Garrett G up. Dude with the nose wins the challenge. This one will guarantee it down. Justin can't quite get it away. Fireburner flips at it as well, but Justin comes in. Justin stalled the ball against the post just long enough for the shot to not be there. With 24 seconds left, can't do with the nose. Connect with Karma. The pass back out. The shot to the far side. It's off the post. A heartbreaker for Splyce. They needed that so badly. And with 14 seconds remaining, another attempt. Justin will send it away. The final countdown as Jay Wiz puts it back in. Dude with the nose up. Pass 2. Fireburner's there. He'll get it away. Jay Wismont can't. Karma tries, but it hits the ground in front of her bumper. NRG, an absolute dominant sweep of Splyce.
You know, that even in the last seconds of the game, Justin, I wanted to point out on that save, you know, had he put that ball, tried to get it out into the field area, then he would have gotten blocked. That could have been bad, but what he decided to do was just hit it off his own backboard. He almost accidentally double tapped it in.
Yeah.
But still, that was a good decision that caught the offense by surprise.
No, but the only goal that happened, the go-ahead here, Fireburner and Garrett moving up.
Look how fast Justin gets up here.
He hits that down. Watching Justin on the far side, just literally on the ground for...
It was like a skipping stone.
Legitimately, this is a touch and go. Just popping right back up, finds this goal. And that's the sort of team plays you need. It's Justin to Garrett and back to Justin, right up over the top of Karma. And they had to work significantly harder here in Game 3 to get those goals in. It wasn't the blowouts we saw in Games 1 and 2, but my goodness, Splyce, they had the moments there at the end where there was an opportunity. NRG gave them windows and they couldn't make use of them.
Yeah, that was the one thing. If you're Splyce, you know, you had such few chances, but they didn't put them away. They made some defensive mistakes. It was just a situation of NRG completely outclassing Splyce. NRG, honestly, looked like they were in a class of their own.
They did. They absolutely did. And we'll get to see them play again next week. But for now, we're going to take a break. When we come back, the match of the week coming at you, G2 versus Evil Geniuses. You won't want to miss it.
Rocket League Championship Series. Off the bat, I think this guy speaks out for us. A fan tweeted out, "It's Justin is just insane." Well played. So much control precision and so graceful as NRG walks away off the win.
Hard to argue with that one. Justin played fan-freaking-tastic.
Statement day here for NRG and Cloud9, showing why they're the two best right now in North America.
It's not NRG if there isn't at least one mild obliteration every season. That was a dominant. They were one pinch goal away from the second ever perfect shutout. And the first time that it was them. They did it to denial.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. And I actually got, I think, Garrett G on the line to just chat about that match. Garrett, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Nothing, just watching some really, really good Rocket League, thanks to you guys. Just how did that feel? Because it looked great.
I think it was pretty comfortable. We were pretty confident going into the series. I think we already kind of had the feeling we were going to win that series. Just the 3-0 was super important, for the rest of the season. So glad we got that secured.
Yeah. Now going into just looking at the end of it, Game 3, it looked like Splyce, started to pick it up at all. Were you ever worried, or did you just say, hey, let's make this quick adjustment, we'll take it, no problem?
No. Sometimes we have problems shutting out series. So I knew we were going to have a little hiccup in that last game, but we felt pretty comfortable. I think they just kind of had that last straw trying to upset, but I don't know, we brought it back pretty easily.
Now, how about the offseason there? I mean, you guys were looking really good in that offseason, and I just want to ask, from your perspective, is C9 still the best in the world? Do you guys think you're ready to take that title here?
I think it's a little bit too early to say for that. Once the offseason's over, none of it matters. I think we had a really good offseason after Season 6. That was a big breaking point for us as a team. We talked about a lot of issues for the first time ever, and just tried to improve throughout the offseason, which I think I can confidently say, this is the best we've ever played. You don't see, I guess you see Justin doing flip resets and stuff like that, but if you look at last week, Fire, was absolutely hitting bangers on offense, and I had kind of took a back foot, in my opinion. So I feel like
turns, right?
this is the most solid we've ever been, for sure.
That's nuts. Now, for any of the people that have to face you in the future, you got any words for them?
Good luck, I guess. I don't know.
That's really the best way to put it. Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate the words, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better way to put it.
Even when you set him up to be like, well, I'm going to beat you guys, like, good luck, everybody. Like,
they're going to need it at this point. If they're playing like that, oh my goodness.
You could take that as Savage, too, because it's like, no one's as good as us.
With that laugh, he was way too nice about it.
Yeah.
He scored 5 goals on 12 shots. He was absolutely lights out this series.
That was brutal. Let's take a look over at the standings for Play of the Week, though. We have, obviously, 2 more on there since we last checked in. It was Torment and Chicago at the top, and now Sipical has joined the board, along with, of course, Justin after that flip reset.
Man, Justin is starting to turn into possibly one of the best players in the world at this point. There's a conversation to be had for that. Just so much control in the air and just making the perfect passes after freestyling around it. He's just looking fantastic.
He's just so creative with his touches as well, and the decision-making that's backed with that. There was numerous times where the ball would settle a little bit. The one on the backboard, I think, was the one that we all kind of look at. And this chair is going to be the end. But the ball was like hovering in the backboard. He's like, I guess I'll go for it. And he just rushes to it and creates a perfect pass drop down. So that quick decision making matched with the mechanics. Like, what more do you want from Justin?
He scored 3 goals this series, and like each one was like a top 5 play of the week.
Yeah. I think 1, 2, and 3 are Justin plays right now.
That's nuts. That man is a monster. But it is time to get into our next match. Of course, it's G2 versus EG. This is our show match. This is the one we have been looking forward to all day. And now that we've seen EG play, I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
It's not a great start, I think, for either team. Because G2, they've won 2 Game 5s so far. That's clutch. But again, look at what we just saw from NRG and plus Cloud9. Like that's what G2 has to get to. So this could be a time where they start turning it on. But Evil Geniuses, how do you lose that Game 3 where Corrupted G just passes?
I'm not as excited about this series as I was at the top of the day, and I feel like maybe Chicago, like he comes off of a Game 5 just sweat ball of a match, going to overtime against G2 against Rogue, and I feel like he maybe feels a little bit easier here now going up against EG. I'm like, okay, I watched their last series. I think I'm going to be fine.
But you can't count it out.
You go back to the beginning of the day, right? So we wanted them to have some momentum coming into this game. They have this big doubleheader, Cloud9 Energy next week, and now you're down, you lose another match, and this match is kind of where everything rides on because a lot of us are going to pick you as the underdogs going into next week as well. So for them, there's a lot of things that this match is going to lead up to, and it all starts now. We're only in week number 2. EG's kind of on the chopping block already.
And speaking of Classics, he's had, I think, 4 seasons in a row, or maybe 5, where he's had a positive record throughout league play. And now that's in danger, too, because if they lose this series and then going into next week, it could be trouble for them. But that series versus Space Station was just so important, again, for that momentum to go against G2 and challenge a top 3 spot. Now they're worried about, we have to worry about just making playoffs at this point.
I'm just wondering now what you guys might think that their coach Fireworks is saying to them in the locker room right now to get them ready for this next.
This has to be a morale booster, right? Right now, like you have to be just like trying to get them. The way we're talking about with Splyce, like you just have to forget about game 1. They need to forget about that series. If they are able to come out and 3-0 G2 in this situation, that would completely neutralize everything. We'd be like back to the drawing board. We don't know. Maybe EG's good again, you know. But like right now, they've got to make a statement.
Fireworks has to come in with some really good jokes in that locker room because they're going to be down for sure, and they have to just put all the blame on Fireworks. Like, hey guys, it was my fault. Somehow it was. Don't worry about that first series. Worry about you're playing G2. You want to take out Chicago, who left you.
Yeah.
He left this team because he thought he had a better chance with one of G2, like one of the big 3.
Feed into the revenge.
Exactly. You want to beat
This is a grudge
Chicago.
match.
This is the same thing with Kronovi with G2. You want to beat Chicago, and that's what they have to take into the series.
So actually just play this as the pep talk.
There you go.
You guys
That's right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on.
Anyways, it's time to get into our final match of the day. Make sure you join in the action at RL eSports, hashtag RLCS7. But over to the Skybox for our show match.
Last match of the day, Evil Geniuses versus G2. We saw G2 earlier today in what was a thrilling series versus Rogue. They came out on top in Game 5 overtime, and they're going to want to look really as solid as they did at times in that series, and maybe, allow less shots on net. G2.
Yeah, Chicago still the same quality performance in that series win as last week, involved in every single goal except one, the exact same as last week, being involved in 10 out of the 11. So he's still getting the job done, and Evil Geniuses, of course, coming in from the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where, to say the least, it did not go your way.
It did not, and there were times in that series against Space Station as Game 1 is underway where you really felt like they were starting to put it together. They had some good sequences. Classics especially really had some nice plays to get EG and keep EG in that series. They just couldn't come away with the game victory. And they didn't have a lot of time sitting on the bench as NRG's series with the minimum 3.
Oh,
15 minutes pass out. Trippe scores for Evil Geniuses, and they start things off right.
So G2, I don't know what Chicago was thinking here, but he just ran into the corner.
Maybe he didn't see Classics.
It's possible.
It's the only way I could think he would go that way.
I guess so.
Maybe. We don't know, but either way, EG don't care. They get the goal.
That is the best possible way for it to start as well, coming off a tough 0-3 loss in your previous series too.
And the demo out. Classics can't get back to the challenge, and Rizzo just kind of zips right through the ball. Corrupted G going to take control in the corner. Off the back wall, it's going to be tough for any member of EG to get on, and G2 able to get back down to the blue half. A demo to open it up, maybe. Rizzo tried to get back to the ball, maybe to get a quick pass out to midfield. He's forced back, make a save here. Ooh, not the best touch. Corrupted G. This is all CG on the play. Gets that challenge in front off the back wall. Gives EG the second goal.
Yeah, Chicago had a chance there to go up the wall, but it felt like if he went up the wall, he was actually going to be a little bit too slow. So he tried to race Corrupted G to that ball, and he just didn't get a very good touch on it. Straight back off the ceiling as Corrupted G was able to get there and just come in second and tip it off the ceiling, and a nice follow through from Trippe to put in the second one.
Chicago, the pass to JNAF, blocked by Classics. Cut up quickly. Rizzo. G2 in that series against Rogue. Chicago back over to JNAF's. Whiffed on the play. Cleared out by Classics, but the double commit is slow on the follow-up, so G2 retained possession. And the clear there by Trippe.
Here's a good chance, though. It wasn't a particularly good clear, and there's a demo.
Off the corner, trying to get back to it in time. Chicago can't. Still Rizzo cuts off the angle. JNAP's up there quickly. He wins a challenge. Classics having to rely on Corrupted G to clear this out, but Rizzo is waiting for it high on the side wall. Over his JNAPs, and it's blocked again by Trippe. Chicago keeping it alive. Here's JNAPs looking to tee it up to somebody, but a little too far away for anyone on G2 to get back to it. Still midfield is locked down for G2. Chicago off the ceiling, straight down. Classics able to pick up the save for EG. They're hanging on, but right now G2 are slowly starving them. Classics gets a much needed clear.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what G2 was doing similar in their last series, stealing a lot of the opposing corner boosts. But unfortunately, this go around, they really weren't able to ever get that perfect shot on net that they were always able to find in their first series of the day. But another chance here in the corner as Drippe actually able to slip that by Chicago, and JNAPS gives a little ground to maybe get a better challenge angle. But again, that's something that Rogue was trying to figure out against G2. You got to beat that first man, and Drippe was doing a nice job, but it's back the other way for G2. 1-2 off the back wall, and Drippe will take away the second chance for JNAPS.
Chicago straight out to the middle, but Rizzo or JNAPS weren't going to be able to do anything with it. JNAPS now has to turn quickly. Corrupted G can't get the dunk. G2, Rizzo to JNAPS, shot on target, and G2 cut the lead in half.
Yeah, Classics tracking this back all the way. It's on transition, 2 people caught in the corner, and Classics knows he has to buy time. Problem is he gave away a little bit too much space in the midfield, but I can understand it because he wanted to make sure that he was going to be in position to go challenge whatever he wanted. But unfortunately, him going all the way back to his own half left a completely open midfield, and it was just a free passing play for G2 and a perfectly placed shot.
Back to the opposite side, Drippe. Corrupted G finds the ball, back past the Classics. Classics on the challenge, can't get back from Chicago. It's a loose ball, Corrupted G on the rotation. Able to pick it up quickly. JNAPS just kind of buy time for G2. Rizzo again. Evil Genius is trying to push forward, but hard with these booming clears. G2 have found gaps. The bumps maybe open this up for Chicago, but he loses the ball. Wrap back around. Classics on the challenge. Rizzo tries to force the issue. Excuse me, JNAPS tries to force the issue, and another crucial clear for Evil Geniuses.
And still, more physical play coming out from G2. Another demo from Rizzo, this time on the line, and it's a 1-2 into the middle of the box, and it's tied up at 2s.
It's the demo that opens this up. Right before this replay, the demo happens. JNAPS has plenty of space, and he uses it to his advantage, taking a wide angle on the right. He has Chicago on the wing, puts it right on his nose, and we have a tie game. For Evil Geniuses, it started off really well. A quick 2 goals. Drippe picking up both of them for his team, and really some other good bouts of pressure from them. But G2, the passing in the offensive half of the field, even in the series against Rogue, had been solid, always finding each other in the attacking third, and it allowed them to come back in game number 1.
That's a big miss from Classics as well. It will give a late opportunity to G2. It's wide open. Chicago wants to keep it close, and Rizzo timing it perfectly. He was going to either be ready for the pinch here coming out of the corner, or he was just going to go whatever and take what Classics gave him. And Rizzo, a nice cleanup there.
3 unanswered for G2. They scored all of their goals in the last, minute? 8 shots total on net. G2 offense has woken up late in game 1. Rizzo kicked it against the backboard. And EG, they have some time left for a couple more drives down the field. Drippe finds Classics. Now Corrupted G on the point, taken away for now. Drippe slowing it down. Chicago ready for the pop. EG trying to trip away with what little time they have left. Another booming clear from Rizzo. Kills some more time. Corrupted G, a demo to open up a gap here against G2. But who's there to spawn right after he took him out? It's Rizzo with another booming clear. One more chance for EG to move down the pitch. And forcing them laterally on the defensive end. G2 fought back, initially down 2 goals to score 3 to win game 1.
And you said it. It took him just over a minute to get that last goal go ahead from Rizzo with Chicago. And it came from that missed touch, I believe, from Classics going across his own box. Just didn't get a very good clear, and that allowed G2 to press really hard in that final minute. And overall, G2, a lot of the same strategy that you saw against Rogue. Steal away the corner boost, demo people in the box, and it opens doors, and they're able to capitalize. But most importantly, Evil Geniuses could never find a seam and break out like Rogue was doing earlier on in the day.
No, absolutely not. When we referenced that earlier series, in 4 out of the 5 games, G2 had allowed 10 to 12 to 13 shots on goal. Evil Geniuses not even close to that kind of offensive output, only registering 5. And again, like you said, Achieves, it came down to the physical play for G2 that allowed them to break out. After those first 2 goals, from Evil Geniuses in the first minute or so. They really couldn't find those same angles. They weren't able to catch G2 out. G2 just were able to win their challenges in their own corners as well. Constant booming clears, making it difficult for EG to do anything.
Now, it's good for Evil Geniuses. They weren't able to get a lot done, but it's an easy fix. It's the exact same problem that Rogue struggled with in game number 1. You got to just beat the first man, and you'll be in a much better position. You'll open up plenty of more chances. Even when they were on offense, they had a pretty good couple of runs to find those 2 goals. It really just came down to a mistake as the difference maker in game number 1 that G2 capitalized on. So it's a fairly even game number 1, and Evil Geniuses going into game number 2 clear the ball a little better, and you'll have a much more even game.
And definitely a much better turnaround for Corrupted G in the way that Space Station series went. And he knows he can bounce back and looks much more solid, or not much more solid. It's just we're able to bounce back from mistakes like that.
No, what's funny is I didn't even give credit to the fact that it was actually an amazing comeback from G2 as well. Again, they were down 0-2 until the 2-minute mark pretty much. And then bang, 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 they have to lead. So credit where it's due. G2 keeping the pressure on and completing a tough comeback.
Challenge from Rizzo. He wins the second touch. Chicago straight out to JNaps. JNaps is on target, and it's blocked by Corrupted G. Classics trying to carry it out, but feeling the pressure from Rizzo. The touch out only to Corrupted G. JNaps, G2, their midfield presence. Was about to say it was about to be the same story from game number 1, but EG do get a booming clear. Can't get a challenge against Rizzo. We'll see if Classics can kick this down and EG can get it started off the backboard. Rebound picked up by Chicago.
Rizzo's in a bit of an awkward spot. Great steal from Corrupted G. Not able to get it inside the goalposts. But here's the first opportunity for EG to try and trap G2 on their own half. Touch from Rizzo. Nobody there. And they will wisely slow it down, breaking out of their own half, and force the next challenge to make sure everybody's on the same page. And it will result in them finding a gap and punching it back onto the blue half.
The Classics might have been expecting someone to be a little closer to him when he slapped it against the sidewall there. Ended up giving up possession, but EG get it back. Nothing to worry about too much. Classics pick up the pass from CG, gets back to it off the crossbar. Drippay finishes, and EG take the lead.
And this is just Classics forcing it through. Corrupted G, though, with a beautiful feed down to him. And Classics, I think he could have got it if you give it to him again. But either way, Drippay already charging from the midfield. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, but either way, he put the ball in the back of the net, so he looks like a genius. And it's a well-deserved goal for Evil Geniuses.
Classics. A good challenge from Corrupted G as well. Classic still waiting for it too. Can play it slow around the corner, and that's a touch just right out to Drippay. It's off the crossbar and it bounces out. A big chance for EG to get that insurance goal, and instead the crossbar denies them. And G2 head to the blue half.
Oh, big
Rizzo
miss
couldn't
from
find
Rizzo.
the touch. Drippay now flipping it over. He's over 1. It's Chicago, and JNaps can't get back in time. Drippay picks up another.
Here's a little bit of an odd communication error. JNaps and Chicago don't figure out who's going to cut for the ball, because Chicago definitely going to win for that, but he thought maybe after JNaps landed in the midfield line, he was going to go and cut in and challenge and try and force it out to the side wall, is why I can imagine nobody went for that ball. But it really does all stem back to Rizzo missing that initial touch on the side wall. It was a free breakaway, and maybe some comms got in the way of G2 there, and they find themselves in a very similar situation to game number 1, down 0-2 with about 3 minutes left.
And as we continue to watch how Drippay fits in with this Evil Geniuses team, well, he's the owner of all 4 Evil Geniuses goals in this series. Classics picking up the 5th and the 3rd of game number 2.
Actually might put this one out of reach as well. Rizzo tried to keep it close, but he had it a little bit too hard, and JNaps definitely expecting Rizzo to get a piece of that ball on the follow-through, and it just did not catch anything, and Classics just punched it right into the corner.
Well, G2, they were able to come back down from 0-2, but they've definitely dug themselves
a deep hole here.
And it's going to be difficult to fight back out of it. 3 goals is that bar that so many teams struggle to try to come back from. But G2 did score 3 unanswered in game number 1. Definitely not impossible with the amount of time left. The pass to Chicago broken up by Drippay.
They needed to be able to hang on to that ball in the midfield and just really try and put the pressure on. Classics bumping someone out of the net, but Chicago will bail him out coming off the back wall. They might be able to catch Evil Geniuses on transition. Rizzo misses the touch and just crushed upfield from Drippay, and time's a ticket.
And buying some time, but CG was ready for it, and Drippay just a little too far away to follow up onto the ball. Now a quick transition off the back wall, slapped against the backboard. G2 It was a quick opportunity. They still have control. Pass out. Chicago picks it up. On the back end, Chicago's going to need to buy a little bit of time, but the gap, Drippe is going to find it. And he moves past the entire G2 defense. Flying for it is Classics in front of the box, picked up by Rizzo. And Corrupted G picks this up. Evil Genius is bringing it to G2 right now.
Well, that entire chance was generated by Classics just giving way in the midfield, says, you guys play 2v2 for a second, and he just drove onto the G2 half and demoed JNaps. And it almost opened the door back the other way. It's like no team had clear possession. Classics just drove over there and smashed him to pieces.
Which is such a Classics move, too. You just know he hunts for it with a smile on his face and maybe a wink, too. It's just the kind of guy that he is, but he's been so good for Evil Geniuses, not just in this series, but really in a lot of the games that they've played. Earlier today, they couldn't get it done against Space Station, but right now, they have figured things out. Drippe also playing extremely well. And if you did have questions about how Corrupted G was feeling after that game, after that series, well, he's feeling pretty good. He's played a solid series so far. Game number 2 handily in their favor. Almost picking up another goal was Drippe for the hat trick, but no good there. And in G2, we're not seeing that pitch control we saw out of them against Rogue.
Absolutely.
We're not seeing those extended
not even
drives.
Number 1.
No, not at all. And it's just they're not able to sustain pressure, and they're not able to find passes. The passing lanes have been shut down by Evil Geniuses, and it's a great bounce back for this team as they tie up the series 1-1, at least giving us a game 4.
Yeah, really a night and day here for Evil Geniuses, but this is 2 games in a row for G2 where they've let the game get away from them early, conceding an early 2-goal lead, but this time around, Evil Geniuses, much credit to them, really locked down in the midfield, didn't let anybody really go away, and capitalizing on the mistakes that G2 had as well. Again, that game slipping away with the big Rizzo miss, and then Chicago and JNaps not able to figure out who should go and challenge that ball.
And Classics picking up the 3rd goal here. As you can see, trying to clear it away is Rizzo. It got away from him right there, and he tries to flip into it, even tries to turn his car to the side, just to give himself as much length as possible with that dominance to at least touch the ball. But Classics found the length out. He found the inch across and gave him that goal, which just sent this game away for G2.
You saw JNaps there again, cut, going back towards the middle of the pitch, expecting Rizzo to get a touch on that ball with the nose of his car as he was trying to follow it up. And that was really the nail in the coffin for that game number 3. So Evil Geniuses, well done to you. Great pressure applied. Much better at handling their own boost and not letting G2 get in their own half. Box them in, steal boost, get demos. That didn't happen. That went Evil Geniuses' way, absolutely, because, Classics opening a lot of doors and Corrupted G and Drippe playing well behind that.
Yeah, Drippe continues to impress for me. He's picked up 4 out of the 6 goals now scored by Evil Geniuses, and that was the big thing with a lot of people. The big question is, okay, how does Drippe replace Chicago? A lot of people feel like maybe it was a 1-to-1 maneuver for Evil Geniuses. Some people maybe think they're worse or better, but I think he's fit in exactly where you'd want Drippe to fit in, and that's being the striker and being able to follow up on chances that are generated by Classics and Corrupted G. So I like the way Drippe is playing right now. He's really filling that hole that they needed to fill from Chicago.
He does seem to slot in as that 3rd-man role where Torment likes to play over on Cloud9. You have 2 great players in Classics and Corrupted G finding their way, opening a lot of holes and saying, all right, Drippe, go punch the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah.
And he has definitely accomplished that. But the big problem is you don't always have Corrupted G and Classics playing at the top of their game, and it's how many chances can you generate. And the biggest problem we've seen from EG has been them every now and again. They do get boxed in, and that was the big question when they picked up Drippe initially for me, was how do they hang on defense now? Because again, like we said right at the start of the season, Drippe, big fish, little pond. And you come over here and you have to play against the top offenses in all of North America for an entire season. So what does this team look like on defense? And versus Space Station Gaming,
too many shots.
It was not pretty.
Too many shots.
So,
and Space Station afforded them some crossbars too.
And that's not to say that it was necessarily Trippe's fault in general, but overall, EG, that's going to be their big test, is can they hang on defense? Because you break out and get them on offense, they'll look just as good as any other team out there.
Yeah, and Evil Geniuses in this series so far, something that they've been able to do is bring the ball down because G2 are giving them space, mostly because G2 is constantly having to go back and at least try to control midfield, but they're all trying to control out of their own corners, make one attacker miss, and move down the field accordingly. It gave them a Game 2 victory, and now we're at the pivot game, achieves game number 3. Who grabs series advantage as we get underway? G2 looking to bounce back.
And I think currently actually favoring EG, despite my criticisms, is 2 games in a row. G2 have let things get out of hand a little early. You need to see them keep this close.
And gonna start off in Chicago, finding Rizzo.
What a touch from Corrupted G. My goodness, that put so much pressure on him, but now he has to make another one, and he just doesn't have the boost in the tank. He made a beautiful touch off the sidewall to get it to safety, and Chicago just threw another one right at him. And Corrupted G, he actually had 52, but he dismounted off the back wall to be able to come and try and make the second touch, and he just couldn't get back up there. Chicago threw it right back at him.
And Corrupted G off the kickoff. Rizzo trying to pick this up and boom downfield here for G2. Big for them to score early as Evil Geniuses had scored first in every game so far. Game number 3 belongs to G2 early in the first minute. Chicago.
Great chance here.
Almost gets the touch off the backboard, but
Drippway was flat-footed. He couldn't even do anything, and a pass to the middle of the box. Classic's able to get that one away, at least to the midfield line, but still G2 trying to get some pressure going, and Drippway actually finds a hole down the middle, and he's not on target, and it will be cleared away by Chicago.
JNAP's able to move down the field again.
And you saw JNAP's again. Ignored the ball, went and stole the boost to try and lock EG on their own half.
Tipped up high by Chicago. JNAP's tried to keep it close. Couldn't do it. EG able to stop another drive from G2. G2 still looking for some sort of sustained pressure. CG, though, takes control. Chicago good on the backboard for now. Drippay. Classic's a little too close to him on the play. Didn't expect it to bounce off the back of his car the way it did, but still, EG maintained possession. Rizzo up for this. Drippay undercut on the pass. G2 have to take advantage here off that missed pass. A good bump by Rizzo, a good idea, but the shot too high, blocked anyway by Drippay. This is where you see G2, they're starting to pick it up. You see them grabbing the midfield boost. They also got a corner, but then the miss by Chicago, he gets bumped back. JNAPS picks this up, plenty of time to get back to the ball. Carrying it is JNAPS, and it's blocked by Classics.
He was hoping to get that ball all the way over to Rizzo on the other side of the box, but yes, G2 starting to get those tactics from game number 1 that proved so successful. But EG, they're not exactly struggling to handle anything G2's throwing at them right now. As that's stolen away in the midfield line, and Classics is still trying to be a nuisance back on the other side. He's just missing those. You imagine if Classics starts getting his hands on people, it's going to get dangerous for G2 real fast.
Rizzo looking off the ceiling. Corrupted G playing it slow. Gonna put JNAPS, forcing him to make a play. He does at least get it to the backboard, but Classics and Drippay combine on the transition. Evil Geniuses looking for the tying goal. Corrupted G, Drippay, back to Corrupted G, and it's off the ramp. Classics, the next man up, has to wait for Rizzo, who's already close to it. He picks it up here.
And they really did have G2 hook, line, and sinker on that pass play.
Just no
do nothing but sit there and watch, and unfortunately that last touch from Corrupted G wasn't able to really fire one on target, but Drippay pressing now, back wall for Classics. Can he find a hole? Down the middle! And just a poor place shot and an easy save for Chicago will keep G2 with the lead.
Still not quite over, but Corrupted G couldn't get back down to it. Chicago booms it downfield. Nothing to do just yet. Chicago, I think, picked up all the boost there, just leaves it. G2 have plenty of space to work with. JNAPS back over to Rizzo, and it's blocked by Classics. Chicago gonna keep it in play for G2. Classics can't find the touch, but Drippay there, not feeling any heat from G2. Still midfield locked down. Corrupted G can't beat G2 on the play. Drippay finally flipping this out, giving EG some breathing room.
Really nice job from him as well, trying to dribble. Unfortunately, he lost the challenge at the midfield line, and it still resulted in the ball being trapped on this blue half. And it's forcing EG to find these long clears. Finally, they get one to a teammate, pass at the top of the box, and JNAPS will make another save. He was making tons of those in their first series, and he's leading his team currently. in game number 3.
Yeah, his defense has really shown today. JNAPS has been great on that rotation on the orange half of the field. It continues again as they hold on with 40 seconds left to this 1-goal lead. Classics to Corrupted, broken up by Rizzo, open, and it's just gonna be wide. Can he get back to it? Fighting Classics for the ball. Classics gets back to it in time, and so Rizzo racing back to that, couldn't put it on target, but they still waste tons of time off the clock. These long clears, EG, big miss, but CG able to get it back.
That miss just cost EG 7 seconds. And they're just going to have to figure out more as they try and get the ball past the midfield line, and they just can't do it. Kick to the middle. 5 left, and it's a wise touch from Rizzo down in the corner. A nice bump from Corrupted G. Gets the ball to Classics for free, but it's JNAPS once more into the corner. Will just force its way onto the blue half.
Ooh.
And EG going to have to go the length of the field in one go.
Yeah, Classics going to have to catch this out. And it's going to be a win for Drippe. CG backflipping. He's not going to be able to get back to it in time. And G2, they take a 2-1 series lead here against EG.
They'll just eke out the victory. But overall, never really felt like Evil Geniuses. They were so close to being able to open a couple holes again. I was talking about it in the middle of that game. Classics, he was over there on the G2 half trying to run into people. And if they didn't get those demos, Evil Geniuses was going to have a tough time. Again, it was that quality shot here that put G2 in the lead. Just Chicago, again, Corrupted G making that beautiful first touch, but as he came off the back wall, the second one just came at him too fast for him to recover. At first, it was because I didn't think he had enough boost, but it's just the timing was not in his favor. So nice job, Chicago, to get to that ball, punch it right back into the middle.
And that's the kind of dynamic that G2 was hoping Chicago would bring. Not just scoring like we know Chicago can, but also those kind of passes where the pinch off the corner, Corrupted G has to be instant reaction to be able to get to it. The challenge game from Chicago that gives G2 the continuations they're looking for that sustained pressure. And while they might not have been able to find as much as they did in their series against Rogue, they're still finding gaps against EG and really stretching their ability to defend the backboard.
And Chicago's still continuing his trend of being involved in every single goal except one. So if anything is to be told here in game number 4, he'll be a part of more goals. So that really is the key thing about beating G2 is Chicago gets his hands on the ball, you better be paying attention.
Evil Geniuses have made this a fight. Game number 4, no different. They look to try to force game 5.
And also the first game was game number 3 where G2 not able to put themselves in a hole early. Can they replicate it here in game 4 and close it out and not have to play game 5 for once?
JNAP's able to flip by Classics. Corrupted G to Drippe. Drippe off the crossbar,
got
off the
goal.
player and in. 1-0 for EG.
Chicago in the net. Corrupted G, it's a beautiful lift over to Drippe. I mean, you have to jump at it if you're Chicago because that one is so close. You do not want to take the chance of crossbar down. Unfortunately, it was a little high and he ended up own goaling it. But credit to Corrupted G there, not rushing the play. Says, we've got all the time in the world. Make sure we get a quality pass.
Classics forcing the issue. Drippe to Corrupted G. Corrupted G, left side blocked as Chicago came rushing in for the ball. Chicago flipping it over. Classics actually got it down, but waiting for it was JNAPS. Touch straight down over to Drippe again. JNAPS tried to keep it close. Corrupted G, he's there again. Rizzo having to wait for the touch. Ends up winning that one, but it's already right to Classics. Drippe up for it. And again, well defended by JNAPS. And the touch out for Chicago. A great job moving down the field. This is just well done. Back and forth. JNAPS at Chicago, passing it back and forth. Not the best challenge from Classics on the play. He was just trying to get it away from G2. He saw they were playing close. Figures if he could just get his car onto the ball, maybe send things out of whack. Instead, it only helped G2's movement down the field, giving them the tying goal.
And so, G2 able to find a fairly quick equalizer. And we'll see if they can convert that into a lead here as they do sort of gain possession off the kickoff. As the first one to it will be JNAPS, but Classic's actually going to wait his turn. Tip back, Drippe on a race, actually given to him by Rizzo. And a lift, a gentle tap more to JNAPS, but lurking is AG in the midfield.
Still, this is good by Evil Geniuses right now in the midfield. Not able to move forward just yet, but at least meeting G2's challenge. in this back and forth. Corrupted G on the challenge, couldn't win that one. Trying to find those long passes. They've been blocked off for the most part. Drippe playing it slow, trying to beat JNabs on the play. JNabs able to flip back into it. Classics is there, but JNabs winning in the corner. Corrupted G, all he can do is buy some time. And that's actually going to afford EG even more time, but Drippe have forced back to make a save. Can he make another? He can. Off the ceiling, Classics is there. Evil Geniuses standing up on defense, and then Corrupted G ruins it by running into Drippe on the play as they double commit. They're able to get reset for now, but G2 take control from midfield.
Oh, and Drippe just stole that one away, but it's going to be wide. He might need help. He just misses the double tap. It's off the back wall, and JNabs to the safety of the midfield line, but EG just missed a beautiful opportunity, and G2 find a lovely clear, steal the corner boost again, and they're going to have to reset over on the blue half of things. Corrupted G to the midfield line, transition back to orange, and Chicago is in charge of commanding things on defense. A nice demo from JNabs in the midfield line will get G2 back the other way.
Chicago carrying this down, and it's almost in off the crossbar, bounced off of Corrupted G's car, off the backboard. JNabs is met by Drippe. Corrupted G coming straight down to the ball, can't pick it up. EG feeling the pressure, running into each other in the corner. JNabs, Rizzo, oh, he misses off the post. No goal for G2 just yet. Chicago flying in is JNabs, and he just misses the touch. Chicago back over to Rizzo. Is that it? No, right into Drippe. EG boom it to G2's half.
And they hang tough despite being under a ton of pressure from G2 there. But again, a demo in the midfield line. This is actually how the last possession started, and this one might find its way into the back. Pass to Chicago, back wall, and there's Rizzo with one more, and he just blasted high. And that is going to be squandered by G2.
Really trying to find the top, trying to pull defenders up, trying to find a gap in the net. Evil Geniuses have been a steel wall. Chicago shot blocked. Can't get the dunk against Drippe, who just snuggled up against the corner and wiggled that ball out. Classics, another save. Rizzo pass,
Too much.
Just cut on Chicago. JNabs' shot blocked by Classics, peppering the net. An absolute onslaught from G2, but EG hold course. It's like a Daigo parry from Street Fighter. Evil Genius is thwarting everything that G2 have thrown at them. Drippe off the backboard, cut off by JNabs. When will Evil Geniuses feel the starvation? Well, they're not going to. They've picked up boost. They've really evened up the boost game. The kick down. G2 come away with nothing after that.
Drippe finally won a great challenge against JNabs in the midfield line, but it wasn't for long. A short stint on orange means they'll have to battle for possession, and currently favoring G2 as JNabs goes right through Corrupted G. Classics has to recover off his goal line. Chicago's going to have to reset himself too, and Rizzo will let this one go as JNabs actually not in the best position. It gives a lot of time for Evil Geniuses to come up here on offense. And can they hang on to the ball? It forced G2 into long clear.
Corrupted G. He wins in the corner. How do EG set up? Well, the touch out, it's under for Drippe, but Chicago breakaway, and he can't put it on target. JNabs couldn't rush it down. Classics misses. It falls straight down. We have overtime.
And Rizzo has been the man, the third guy, much like Drippe, responsible for putting the goals away. And when he's been on target, he's been right at a defender, or he just can't quite reach it. And G2 would love to avoid Game 5. Chicago on a dribble.
Chicago pops it up, forces Drippe up. Not the best touch, and JNabs can't put it on target. It's right to Classics. And EG trying to get set back up on the defensive end. JNabs taking control. Pass to Chicago. Chicago wins against Corrupted G. Chicago still in the corner. Can he set this up for his team? The pass out. Corrupted G is there. Rizzo wanted to commit, but Drippe was too close to the ball. Instead, he's rewarded with the ball in midfield. Off the back. Classics can't get there. Chicago wins. G2 win against Evil Geniuses.
And it finally wasn't a Game 5. Rizzo to JNabs. Classics just doesn't get up there. Misses the clear. The midfield challenge game comes through for G2, and Chicago, what a go for your first 3 series in RLCS. Again, continuing just being a monster offensive producer for his team.
Say what you want about G2, whether you love them, whether you hate them, whether they give you a heart attack every time they play. Point is, it's, it's entertaining Rocket League every time they take the pitch. I just, again, impressed by Chicago, especially impressed by J-Naps, and someone we don't really mention a lot, but Rizzo. Rizzo makes a lot of the dirty touches, the touches that don't get any credit, but the touches that take the ball away from the opposition. He had so many sequences where he would take the ball away from Corrupted G, and then it allowed the rest of his team to move forward. And every team can really utilize a player like that, and Rizzo, I feel, has always done that for G2, and whether he's been up or down, you can always rely on him to be able to make those sort of touches.
And if Rizzo can really start to nail being that third man and start to find the back of the net like Torment, like Drippy was doing in this series when he got the opportunities, you really think the offensive threat for G2 can go way, way up. So it's not the end. They start off 3-0. Well done to them. EG will fall to 1-2 and a poor start for them. So the next couple of weeks are going to be very important for Evil Geniuses. How do they bounce back from a rough week 2?
And I think there's a lot that they can look at in this series that they can take home and really build upon. But that is it for G2 versus Evil Geniuses. We'll throw it back to the desk with Leaf & Company.
And there it is. The match of the day ended up going to G2. A lot of people were questioning whether they'd be able to pull this off. Is Drippy the answer for EG? And it turns out, at least in this match, that it was no, and G2 was able to take them.
That's rough, man. For these guys to start the way that they did, obviously G2 really happy turning it around, getting 2 wins on a big week for them, so taking a step in the right direction.
And that game 1 was huge. G2 down 2 goals. They scored 3 unanswered goals to win that, and those are the games you have to win. When you're up early versus one of these big 3 teams, you have to close it out, but EG couldn't do it.
I don't know what to make of G2 right now. Like, they have these moments where it's amazing, and then they have these moments where it's like, what is happening? How did they get that many goals up on you? The end of game 4, where it felt like for 2 minutes was just one perpetual siege that EG was able to block everything and then to finally break through in overtime. I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of this team right now.
Yeah, my main concern is Rizzo's shooting right now. I felt like last week his shooting was relatively poor, but his vision has been so great for passes. But here again, his shooting has not been the greatest. So, like, if he corrects that, that's at least one dynamic. But still, the defense of G2 is just allowing too much to happen.
We criticize him for those shots because of what it really means. Like, if he puts those goals away, it's a totally different change of pace. They build themselves a lead, and we don't have these other styles. And yes, something that I haven't seen from them that only happens when they're ahead is the demo plays. I have not seen Rizzo leading the charge, creating demos, opening up the goal. It just hasn't existed yet.
And now with G2, like, maybe this is just going to be every single series. When they play Energy and Cloud9, they can probably bring up their game, but it's been difficult so far versus the lower-ended teams right now.
Yeah, for EG, like, there's only so much Classics can do. He seems like he's really solid right now, but I need to see Corrupted G and Drippy matching with him and play as a team.
And now with 2 losses for EG, that probably rules them out of a top 2 spot, which would get you that automatic bid for the World Championship. But also, for DreamHack, I believe Dallas, you get that free trip as well. So it's like a double whammy there, too.
Yeah, I'm just wondering now for G2, is this a sign that, Rogue and EG were doing better? The fact that they're able to keep toe, or is this, a sign that, yes, something is really wrong with G2?
I mean, going back to the pre-show, they're the big 3 because it doesn't matter what's happening, they always find a way to win, and G2 hasn't lost yet, so they're still in the big 3, and this side is
I suppose, but there's a difference with winning and winning convincingly.
But they haven't lost yet, I tried to pick against them earlier. Didn't matter.
That's true. Wave knows exactly how it is. But it's just, there is question marks for G2 right now, and you worry, but they don't play any of the big 3 in week 3. It'll be week 4 and week 5. We'll see what happens then. Maybe they figure it out, but right now it's a little shaky.
I mean, you can keep emphasizing that. It doesn't matter how sloppy it is. If they're getting wins and they're ahead of the leads, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter. A win's a win.
All right, that was a great match, but there was also some great matches earlier, and our player of the week comes from one of those. It's Sipical. This man was a monster, showing that Space Station Gaming can show up.
I owe him like a lunch or something, because he made me look good on my predictions. He was scoring from everywhere. He was getting set up that there were some fakes, if you want to call him that, from Sathu, but he was just putting everything away, and that's what we needed from Space Station, someone to be extremely accurate. He only shot 10% last week. He scores 8 goals on 13 shots this week.
This is one of those beautiful moments where Rocket League gets to shine, right? Sipical is our star. He's our player of the week, but his teammates got him there. They gave him freedom and space to be smart. They gave him passes. They gave him the fakes. They played as a team, and Sipical gets to be the face of that.
Hey, man, it's what we wanted to see. This team was a team that accuracy was a problem. He comes in, he shoots just shy of 70% for the team, where something good for us is like, okay, if you're shooting like 35-ish on the season, you're doing great. And to almost double that is fantastic. That's what they needed, and they got a reasoning win for that. Like,
it was great.
They look like a clear top 4 team at this point, and they also took G2 to 5 games that they could have won that series.
Yeah.
So I want to see them when they play Cloud9 and Energy.
That was exciting.
I was going to ask you that, is now that we've seen them play enough and they've been pretty consistent on impressing us, is this definitively like, yeah, we might have a top 4 team coming out from one of our new teams?
It's interesting because I still think they have a play style.
You're still questioning it.
I don't question their ability to get wins. Like, they do play very well. It's more so the play style. I've seen this play style before from many teams, and the difficulty that it creates is, yes, it's very aggressive. Yes, it really works out. But when it gets to the matches that matter the most, winning the World Championship, it falls apart. They go under pressure and they just collapse.
I mean, this is the flip side of the big three, right? The big three, because it doesn't matter what happens, they always win. Space Station Gaming goes up against G2 and wasn't able to pull out the victory. Like, being able to actually close out the series is the big difference for me. They got it here against EG, but I do need to see a little bit more of them before I'm putting them into like Big Four conversation.
Yeah, in case you were joining in just for the end of today, we had a lot more matches, so I think we can take a look at what went on the rest of the day. Anything surprise you? I mean, for the most part, NA's still kind of playing along to what we expect.
The fact that Space Station won against Evil Geniuses isn't as much of a surprise as the fact that they swept Evil Geniuses. That one was the big one for me.
Yeah, I think the other one too, first match of the day, huge grudge match for Kronovi.
So
unfortunately, just short for him, but it showed that Rogue has some gas in the tank. They're ready to fight. I like it.
And the terrific two, I'm going to start calling that. Cloud9 and Energy look unstoppable now.
This is a big question mark now. As you know, we talked about the big 3. Have we reduced our numbers down to just 2?
Not yet, because we still haven't seen G2 lose.
When G2 loses, that's more to entertain the concept.
I guess that's fair. And as you mentioned it, we see them at the top of the board. It's just so funny that we have these question marks, but they are sitting at the top of the board right now with Cloud9.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
With all their wins. Now, this is getting to be a very dangerous lower end of these standings, especially for Ghost Gaming at 0-3.
0-3
They've
with a
been there before, though.
That's true.
Last time they were there, and they managed to get a couple wins last second.
They squeaked it out,
And they're like, all right, we're fine, kind of, I guess.
But the top of the board
wasn't good.
With G2, they're 3-0, but they're only +4 on the game differential. Both Cloud9 and Energy, they're only 2-0. They have better game differentials already. So that, like, if it is a tiebreaker where all 3 of those split those series, it's not looking great for G2.
But it is shaping up to be a pretty exciting week number 5, as we're going to have Cloud9 taking on Energy and G2 that week. So I cannot wait to watch those guys stay, especially if they stay clean like this.
Well, I think you just gave us yours, but I want to get some final thoughts from you guys from week 2. You know, we've had some time to see the teams develop and get into a groove. Anything change, or same old from NA?
I still think we have the questions on the majority of teams, like Splyce still making mistakes, things that they have to clean up. What are they going to do to bounce back? I think the biggest one for me, though, was Rogue. I think Rogue left a really good impression on me. I'm proud to see it.
Yeah, they're still 0-2, though. Again, it's all about winning those series. You have to win those Game 5s. I was just really impressed by Space Station Gaming. Getting a sweep over Evil Geniuses is so important. And to see them be one of those teams now that is a World Championship contender, it would be lovely to see 3 brand new faces there.
It's a Splyce definitely looked rough, but I kind of feel like anybody would have looked rough against NRG today. I still have some question marks about Splyce.
Cool. Thanks for the thoughts, guys. I'm going to leave you now. I'm going to go over here to the big board because we got more action next week, of course. Let's take a look at North America. Now, we've seen those standings, and the bottom end's looking a little rough. So the match I'm looking forward to, of course, is Rogue versus Splyce. This is definitely going to determine who's going to be stuck at the bottom end, maybe facing that relegation match, or be able to get into the top end. And that's going to start, of course, at 11:30 for the pre-show next week. But we have more action tomorrow. It's time for Europe. Here's our schedule, and I think the biggest thing tomorrow is, of course, Renault Vitality. They have some hard matches. FC Barcelona, Renault, but I think this last one here is going to be the one everyone's going to have their eyes on. Dignitas versus Renault Vitality. Can the child prodigy of Scrub Killer take down the 2-time world champions? I guess we'll find out tomorrow. That does start at 9:30 tomorrow morning Pacific time, but also you can buy your tickets online. We announced LAN last week, and the tickets are available June 21st to 23rd at the Prudential Center. That is tickets.rlesports.gg. Get clicking, get buying. I'd better see you there, and I'd better see you here tomorrow as well.
Challenge for G2. AJ shot just high, but the rebound is for Kronovi. You're able to grab some boost on the field and not just have to deal with shot after shot after shot.
Earlier in this one, are content to just launch the ball back and forth across the field because they currently have the lead, and a nice bump, free ball, 2-0, and that could be the nail.
Will be loose all the way back to the orange half. Typical waits for it, beats Scrub to G, and finds a long shot. No way. This one was on to Sathu. This one lofted. XP moves in quickly to try and see if he can find the winning shot. It's back into the box once more. Sathu doesn't find it, but that baits Classics up. Typical sends it in, and that's Space Station with 2 games under their belt.
But right now, EG fighting for their series life.
Oh no, Drippe drops it on his head. So it's back to Typical and into the corner and out. The sweep for Space Station Gaming on Evil Geniuses for crazy stuff like pitch goals. Do what you need to do to get back into this game, because right now it does feel like Energy is outclassing you in every way. Justin now dropping this one down. Here's Garrett G on the shot, past Karma, and another 2-goal game. Hey, Karma and the Splyce is holding on right now.
But for how long? I mean, even that shot from Garrett, he was able to bounce it off the ceiling, and now the pass over to Justin. That's it. NRG finally getting on the board.
Rizzo wanted to commit, but Drippe was too close to the ball. Instead, he's rewarded with the ball in midfield. Off the back. Classics can't get there. Chicago wins. G2 win against Evil Geniuses.
And